All right. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. And what is that? No. That. Okay, give me what I want. Yeah. I guess that's that. All right. Greetings, everybody. Whew. Yeah.
Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's go for head, let's get it poppin', Kalima. Let's go for head, call upon all the divine ancestors.
Okay, temple check-in. I love that. Hey.
To break every curse ever cast upon the mother
and her children
in all timelines and
in all dimensions. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Let's go for it. Yeah.
We the mother's divine children conspire
Together today to forever.
Find those who have or would harm you.
Yes. We conspire today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and suffering and despair. Oh yeah. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Java Watson, I know the hell you did not talk about you have to release the hounds on my ass, girl. I was just live for hours on Saturday. See, you play too much. Hey, QB, what's up? Let's see who else up in here. Bayoni 777. What's the word? What's the word? Hold on. Sage Page in the house. Java Watson always down like 4 flat tires. Okay. Make sure to share. Make sure to share. Make sure to share. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation, my dear. Kalima. Dang, that's not charging fast at all. What the hell is up with that?
Breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, the creators of the new world.
Hey. Shout out Power Kismet for the jams. Mommy and I am my instrument
of my mother's divine will.
that anointed my entry into this life. Because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. Baby. Yo. This week has been crazy as all hell. Okay. Greetings, Nina La Negra. Child, let me get my glasses. Oh yeah, yeah, Maya. Juno, Yami, Ajay. Divine and the text of existence, assurance of the new age. Hey, hey. That's not gonna work. Okay. Let's see. Really? Just ain't gonna keep playing?
We are the
I was about to say.
The gospels of glorious conspiracies and the creators of the new world.
Let's go. Sage Page, I'll email you, baby. I'm gonna have to pull that together, but yeah, I'll email you. Silence 11292. Thank you. All of our mothers to this moment, I call on she who governs everything, all time and every space in between. She with 1,000 names today. It is Oya, the assurance of the new age. All of the divine ancestors and the ash of every mother on earth to break every curse upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Yes. We the mother's divine children conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. We embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Yes. We the tree, we the weaver, rewrite all time. Yes. Today, we the weavers rewrite the book of life. What's up, Goddess Essence Energy? Children, winds of change. Conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We conjure the light. We heal the harmed. We invoke fearful. We instill courage. Yes, we do. Come on. We're on stage in a global evolution, as is our mother's divine will. Yes, come on in the room. Yeah. Radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Yes. The portals of change. Come on in this room. Come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning. Capture and judge all godheads of war and the betrayers of mother's divine will. And war to one end. Yes. Love Unlimited is our destiny. Loving is our destiny. Freedom is our destiny. Freedom is our destiny. Action is our destiny. This is our divine will. Y'all have to excuse my voice. Her will, we speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout time, all space, and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever, mommy and I are one.
The architects of the new age now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being.
Hey, today we are staging a global evolution. Come on. When I tell you our brother went in on these joints, be sovereign, yeah. Hey. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Hey. Oh, yeah. Oh. Hey. We establish the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Yes, come on in this room. Good time. Yes. Today we are mothers' children. The winds of change. Come on. Oh. Oh yeah. Hey. Oh yeah. Let me tell y'all something about today, baby. God damn. Let me tell y'all about today. Primordial dark serpents deep from within the earth. We subdue the rock sound. We heal the harm. In the fearful, we instill courageous action. Come on. Whoa. Oh yeah. Kundalini just be rising. Whoa. Oh yeah. Whoa. Oh yeah. Hey. 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 Whoa. Oh yeah. Whoa. Oh yeah. Whoa. Divine rectification, evolutionary justice. Oh yeah. Kalima, we are the EvoEmeTemp of her will. Come on, let me tell y'all about today, goddamn it. Hold on, let me turn this music off. I got to tell y'all about today, baby. Woo. Yeah, executors of our will. Yes, yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, let me tell y'all about today, baby. Mm-mm. Listen, make no mistake, people, make no mistake. Something is going on again with my IG. IG be playing too many games. You feel me? I have a sneaking suspicion, however, this shit is only going to get deeper once they know I'm out here plotting and scheming. You feel me? Once they know I'm out here plotting and scheming, I have a sneaking suspicion this shit about to get serious. Feel me? About to get serious. Okay. So let me just first say greetings, share, 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 share. Take a minute to copy and paste this link on all your social media. Share this shit. That is going to be your assignment every time we come up on here live. We need to be spreading this message far and wide. Today is the day, no time to play. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying. I really don't. I really don't. I really, really don't. I really, really don't. Because let me just tell you about today. Okay? I'm going to tell you about today. But let's get some housekeeping out of the way. Let's get this show up on the road. Up on the road. Man, come on now. Nah. My IG is really playing games. Can somebody go onto the IG and see if I'm even showing up? Because this that bullshit. This that bullshit. And we might need to get real gangster. We might need to get gangster. We might need to get renegade with how we handle these here social medias. You know what? I was listening to this sister today, and she was talking about greetings, Ishara spirits. Thank you so much. Share, 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 share. Because I got some things to lay up on y'all today. I sure do. Um, I sure do. Because these people out in the world playing games. And unless we winning, I ain't interested. Oh no. You can't hear me? Hold on. Mm, can you hear me now? Um, can you hear me now? Ishara? Can you hear me now? Oh, she says she can't hear me on YouTube. Y'all can't hear me on YouTube? Y'all can't hear me on YouTube? Um, Ashara, it might be you because everybody on YouTube saying YouTube they saying loud and clear. Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you. Yep. Um, Salote Tasa. Let me tell y'all something about sister. I'm about to put you on blast. Salote, girl, your sister called me to get a reading last week, I think. And child, what was supposed to be her reading, Sister Salote, what was supposed to be her reading, I'm not exaggerating, ended up being a 7-hour straight up, what you call it? Like what's the word I'm looking for? Child, like a 7-hour divine transmission. That's what it was. I'm not exaggerating. Me and this sister was on this Zoom conference for 7 hours. For 7 hours. For 7 hours. So one of the let me not knowledge born out loud. What's up? I need to email you, bruh. I'm gonna be emailing you tonight. I need to email you. I'm plotting and scheming, son. I'm plotting and scheming. Okay. I'm plotting and scheming. Okay. Hold on. Let me do one more thing. Okay. Camilla, thank you for your donation. Okay, I love you for it. See you. I love that. I love the generosity. All right, so while we bigging people up for donations, let me open one more thing, and then I am going to oh oh see this that shit I'm talking this that shit I'm talking about this that shit I'm talking about ew ew. God damn. This that shit I'm talking about. I'm gonna share this with y'all right now. I can't even hear the volume, but just what I'm reading is pissing me off. My daughter literally just called me before I got up on here and asked me if I had watched the Super Bowl halftime show. This girl knowing good and goddamn well, I have never, when I tell you never, in my whole existence, in my entire life, even when I was unconscious, in my entire life, I have never watched the Super Bowl. And I can count literally on one hand how many Super Bowl halftime shows I have watched. You feel me? Literally. So I don't know why she called me with that bullshit in the first place. But I knew this morning, I saw a little, everybody was talking about it or whatever. And this sister played like a little clip from it, like a little montage from the halftime show. And I'll be honest, until he became controversial, I didn't even know who the hell Bad Bunny was. No shade. He just was not on my radar at all. But it wasn't until I guess he got a little controversial that people thought about this dude, right? All I saw was them 2 minutes on that sister's thing about that halftime show. But first of all, I wasn't going to seek it out to watch it because there are certain things I don't give a goddamn. There are certain things I'm never going to do. On principle, I'm never going to do. We had this long conversation, just about a week or so ago, when I was telling y'all to get up on that damn website and do that damn survey on slaveryfootprint.org. Now, apparently, if it doesn't come up .org, try .com or .net. I am almost 100% sure it's .org. But somebody was saying that something was wrong with the website or whatever. Try it. Because we have to know our own shit. We have to know our own shit. We have to see our own shit. We have to confront our own shit. We have to accept, not in judgment, we have to accept the role that we play. I don't care. I've been hearing so much lately that has me concerned because we out here doing the same, y'all, it ain't me, doing the same dumbass shit to try to stage a contest with a tyrant. And I'm sorry. I'm not sorry because I've been saying the same shit since George Floyd died. That day is done, man. This taking to the streets and yelling to the top of your lungs. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome, a different result. That day is dead. If it's not partnered with something that is going to really represent a contest, that day is dead. The day is dead. And so I'm listening to all these people. Some people was mad because I guess the white people got out there and made a friendship song to the cops. The white people then got out there and singing in harmonies and shit to the ICE people. And y'all act surprised. Y'all act surprised by inevitable tomfoolery. Y'all act surprised. I literally just told you a month ago. When that shit popped off in Iran, I said, give it a half a second. The United States of America is not going to allow these people to be out in the street talking about we want freedom, we want freedom. Not 2 days after I said that shit, somebody talking about, bring back the Shah, bring back, and everybody fell right in line. Right in line. Right in line. We have to stop being so predictable here. So QB say, I know Bad Bunny, all my people back home are Boricua. I don't doubt that, sis. What I have a problem with is that dude who I do not know. I ain't casting no judgment on this young man. I do not know him. I know the 2 minutes that I saw based on this sister doing her little thing about the Super Bowl. Not only that, who did he perform with? Who was up on the stage with him? Lady Gaga. Wasn't Lady Gaga up on the stage with him? I thought I saw Lady Gaga in this little montage your sister did. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Who was the long blonde hair girl? Was that Lady Gaga? Because it was only like a split second. This girl did like a little video collage for her little intro to what she was about to say about the thing. Am I correct? Was that Lady Gaga that performed? Somebody give me a yes, no, so I don't say something. I don't say something Grammy before I grind this girl up. Okay, so let me tell you something. Everything you need to know was in that less than 2 minute montage this sister put up on her thing today about the Super Bowl. First of all, anybody, I'm gonna tell y'all something that's about to hurt y'all feelings. But this shit is do the fuck or die right now. It's do or die right this motherfucking minute. It's do or die right this minute. And a lot of y'all ain't acting like it is. Y'all can be mad, justifiably outraged, mad as all hell, with every right to be mad as hell. And we'll turn around and watch the Super Bowl. You hear me? Y'all didn't hear me. Y'all ain't hear me. The fact that I literally scrolled through video after video. I only stopped on the one video that sister did first thing in the morning. Video after video after video after, because you are predictable. And I hate to hurt your feelings because I love us. I love us. But this shit is stupid. Y'all are justifiably outraged. You have every right to be mad as hell. But you won't do nothing. You won't do the absolute fucking bare minimum to stage a contest with the motherfuckers literally raining holy hell on your goddamn lives. And the hell ain't just being rained down on brown people, black people. Even though the target appears to have changed, your circumstances have not been resolved at all. The suffering that you've grown accustomed to hasn't been relinquished at all. Now this shit is in full display for everybody to see. For everybody to see. Not just here, around the world. People like, goddamn, what the fuck? How y'all catching all this kind of goddamn hell? And 124 million people watched the Super Bowl. How that happen? Even if we weren't in a state of absolute crisis right now, right? Even if we weren't in an let me make a correction today. Even if we were not in an absolute state of observable and deliberate shock and awe campaign crisis right now, which we are, I never have watched a single solitary, and I like football. That's the catch. I like football. I've never watched the Super Bowl. Never. And the reason why is because even before I was conscious, I had heard about how much deliberate, orchestrated oppression of women and girls centered this event. How many people are affected, directly affected by this institution. I've never watched a single Super Bowl game in my life. I intend to never, unless I'm strapped and bound and being tortured by the shit. I will never do that. I'll never do that. You feel me? And so that performance, the 2 minutes of it I saw, told me everything I needed to know about your boy, baby. I'm sorry. I know somebody gonna be mad. I ain't trying to hear nothing y'all talking about up on here. I really, because now I'm really throwing down the goddamn gauntlet. That's what I'm doing. I'm not trying to hear no shit. Not from y'all. Not from y'all. Not from those of you who have been following my page any period of time. If you've been following my page for a month, you don't get no excuses. You don't get cut no slack. You don't get cut no slack. I'm not being funny, man. I'm not being funny. This shit today, in the great proportion of people I saw talking about the Super Bowl was black-skinned people. No. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Something else I ain't trying to hear. If your ass Mexican today, and your ass watch the Super Bowl, yo channel that make you a little bit of money here and there, and you spent 2 seconds talking about the Super Bowl or the Super Bowl performance, y'all ain't mad enough. And they know it. Y'all are not mad enough, and they know it. So I'm in here all weekend. But I tell you, I haven't even walked downstairs to check my mailbox. I literally got up and started pecking on this damn computer because I ain't got no help yet. See, people don't come from far and wide to help me right now. So all the preliminary, I swear I'm going to stop eating in just a second. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I got up twice from this chair to pee. My cats are probably staging a mutiny because I haven't even walked outside to feed their ass. I must have sent, I don't know, 400 emails today. Baby, I realize I have to delegate. But I have to delegate when I have a committee. And as of now, I don't have a committee. There ain't nobody to delegate to. So all the preliminary shit, which I know is going to yield me what I need. But unlike cute, skinny bitches who can just make the declaration that they're going to run for mayor, and then literally a day or two, they got a whole fully functioning committee. This bitch, I got to write out a whole thing. You understand? I got to, like, I don't even want to get into it. Today was crazy. Yesterday was insane. I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to the news about what is happening in the city since Thursday. I don't know. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to what's been happening in LA for the last 4 days. But they ain't wasting no time. Oh, I see you, Sage Page. I'm so going to take you up on that. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, because before I get into it, I just want to say something to y'all about that damn Super Bowl. I don't care how edgy Mr. Bad Bunny sings. I don't care. I don't care about no secret messages, because that's what my baby was saying. You got to, there was like some secret little messages and everything. I don't care about no secret messages. I don't care about no secret messages. Let me see. The 5 Super Bowl performances that I have ever seen, and I've never watched one live, just FYI. The only 5 that I can count off the top of my head that I've ever seen was last year. Was it last year, the year before last, with Kendrick Lamar? Anybody that is on IG, let me know if there's no sound, because I only see one person saying there's no sound. But I see a bunch of people up on here. Let's see. It was last year with Kendrick Lamar, and I still didn't watch it live. What's her name? Beyonce, when she did her little thing, however many years ago that was, with Formation. Who else? Michael Jackson. I saw that one. Didn't see it live. I've never seen Super Bowl halftime show live performance ever. I've never seen it live. I go back, watch it all after the fact. That one, Of course, I've seen the one that made YouTube famous in the first place with what's her name, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. Who else? Oh, and the one with Rihanna. That's it. That's it. That's it. So what I'm gonna do in terms of so let me just say, I sent Silence. Make sure that you email me, Silence, because just looking at your you excuse me, your YouTube your YouTube handle, I don't know who you are by your email name. So do me a favor and make sure you email me. let me make sure you email me. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and put out my email address. And I'm going to go ahead and put out, actually, the reason that I got on that Super Bowl thing is because this brother came through my IG while I was trying to set up my other IG page to stream live. And I could just see by what I was seeing, even though there was no sound, what he was talking about. So I'm going to play this really quick.
Did you guys catch the end of the Super Bowl halftime show? If you did, you need to lock in. They are distracting you. BlackRock, the company that owns basically the entire world, just came out and told us they were going to be tokenizing all assets. Same company that is rapidly buying all the houses so that you can't own any, are now starting wars to tokenize other countries' assets while you guys argue about bull crap like this. While they invade places like Iran and Venezuela and gain over $30 trillion worth of oil to add it to the Western Asset Reserve, ticker WAR. Now you guys know I've been tracking BlackRock and saw that they have been massively accumulating WAR and realized the Trump team is one of the highest holders of the coin. They also just received the Coinbase listing as well and is currently under 3 cents. If you want the contact address, just comment WAR down below. And as always, this is not financial advice. Do your own research and let's make some money. Yo, did you guys catch the end of the Super Bowl?
I didn't expect that last thing. You see this?
BlackRock,
so now I'm even more mad.
Basically, the entire world just came out and told us they were going to be.
So now I'm even more mad. I don't know who this is, but now I'm even more mad because I'm sitting here looking at him talking about the halftime show and who sponsored it and all of this shit. And then the way this Negro in the damn live is talking about let's make some money, talking about how the war coin is less than 3 cents. Let's make some money. See how y'all play. I didn't even know that's what this dude was on. I just saw the BlackRock thing and all the corporations that had like funded the halftime show and all of this stuff, which was enough for me to be upset. But then this nigga talking about comment war in the comment section so we can make some money off war. See, I ain't even listen. I did not even know that's how this dude was about to end this live. Child, I got a whole problem. But let me tell you something. My diatribe that I opened with has not changed. It has not ebbed at all. At all. Because yo, I know I've been getting so much feedback, so much expected feedback about this declaration to run, right? And I am not surprised by the feedback that I have been getting. And at the last minute on Saturday, which was the last day to declare, let me tell y'all something about the state. I've been telling y'all this for some time. Let me tell y'all something about the state. I have never run for office myself, but I have run many campaigns as an organizer, as a revolutionary, as an activist. I have participated in. See how I told y'all. IG is gonna be with that BS. They shut my damn live stream off. You feel me? Um, so anyway, let me just say EvoEme. See? uh-uh. Uh-uh. Oh. Okay. I see what it is. Let's go. Um, yeah. Yeah. I see what it is. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it like that. Yeah. All right. All right, we back in business. um, so weird. All right, we back in business. All right. Um, okay. So first of all, housekeeping. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. I'm gonna put it in the chat, in the comment section on the YouTube channel. I will encourage those of you who are tuning in through either one of my IGs to come on over here and join us over up on this YouTube. Okay. So that we can, you know, do this in a singular way. So let's see. That's so using that email address, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. You can use that email to make a contribution, a donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence using either Zelle or PayPal. That email address using Zelle or PayPal. You can, let me just, so that's in the comment section. All right. So if you would prefer to send a Cashapp, I'm gonna put that up in there too in the comment section. Please share. Those of you who are already in the comment section on my YouTube channel, if you would like to make a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence via Cashapp, then you can do that at $daughter of the Fates. And Venmo is my name, which is Cassandra dash Floyd. So that is for Venmo. And also I way up at the beginning of the comment section, so you got to go all the way, it's the first two comments, is the link to an event. I'm going two events actually in one flyer. So you have to sign up for it, but I'm doing a live interview on Wednesday through the organization that is hiring me on the 28th at the end of the month to facilitate a workshop called the secrets, the what is it called, this the mystery and magic of the lower palace. It's about the uterus. I've taught this workshop several times. It's called the mysteries and magic of the lower palace. The lower palace is the uterus in Chinese medicine. Okay, so I'll be doing that workshop on the 28th of this month. They will be interviewing me in preparation for that workshop this Wednesday. The link is all the way up to the top of the comment section here on the YouTube live. And then also right up under it is the link to the GoFundMe that is still active about, my personal life and things like that. So that's another way that you can support is through the GoFundMe. Also, the Etsy store, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Everything on the page is 25% off for Black History Month. Like I said before, I am I'm gonna put uh, the Etsy store in vacation mode for some time. Actually, until the end of the election. After this month, after this month, I'm going to put the Etsy store in vacation mode until after the election. Because even the few little orders that I had last week, I could already see like this is really going to be a full-time occupation for me that I don't get paid for. Like that's a totally separate thing. And so like for example, we got our petitions on Saturday. We have to get 1,000 signatures in 3 weeks. So this is going to occupy. I've got some people on deck already that have signed up to help with my petitions, but I have to get 1,000 valid signatures, meaning people who are registered voters. I have to get 1,000 registered signatures in 3 weeks, starting this past Saturday. Okay. Also, there's something else. So yeah, I will be sleeping the Etsy store. However, I'll be working on the calendar tonight, because I have already laid out and found venues for several events that I'm going to be having between now and the date of election, which is June 2nd. So the election is in 17 weeks. Sound like a lot, but it ain't. The election is in 17 weeks as of today. Okay. And so it's really dope, actually. I'm really hype about it. I talked to 3 different people on the same day, and what I'd approached them about was actually very, very small in terms of, what they do. And all 3 of those people offered above and beyond, way above and beyond what I even asked for. One young man has this dope spot. Oh my God, his spot is so enormous and is so dope. And he was like, not only can I give you the opportunity to make use of the space for events, for fundraising events over the next 17 weeks, he said, but if you want, we have printing capacity. And if you need any material whatsoever, we got you on all your printing. I said, say what? Let's go. Now, I will be giving y'all these details in much more detail. I think what I'm going to do is organize like a Zoom conference. And for people who are local, that Zoom conference will be on location for us. So we'll have a location for us to meet locally. And those who are not in the area, but who still want to help, then we will stream that meeting via Zoom. I'll be typing out the agenda for that and letting y'all know the exact date, because this Friday is Friday the 13th. So there's a lot going on. Not only is there a lot going on this weekend, Friday the 13th, Friday the 14th, but I think this weekend is a 3-day weekend because Monday is like President's Day or some mess. And then next week, y'all, next week is on and popping. It really is on and popping right now. We really entered the year with it on and popping, but we entered this month, January 29, with this thing on and popping. And that's why this insanity that is seemingly increasing and increasing and increasing from up on high. You feel me? So everything that is happening right now is really just so on time. So some craziness happened. So let me just make sure. Is that all the housekeeping? I think so. So there was a lot that happened this weekend. And I'll be honest, there was so much that we had to do. I had to go down there and go through the whole process of picking up the petitions. More paperwork, by the way, to sign, even to get the petitions. More paperwork. And then I went around on Saturday looking for locations to start having committee meetings. I cannot do that in my house. That's an impossibility. So trying to find people and places that would be willing to to allow us to use the space for local committee meetings. And like I said, that was like a serious blessing, because what I asked for minimally, I got way, way above and beyond what I asked for from these three people, business owners, institutions. So I'm hype about that. And, it's going to be a lot of work, but I want to tell you a couple of things that happened this week. So I think it was Wednesday when I was alerted that Karen Bass, who is the incumbent, had organized this, I guess, this state, like, how they do the State of Union or whatever. She did the State of LA address. I think this was on Tuesday or Wednesday last week. And I watched part of it, disgusted, just utterly disgusted, like, bleh, just thoroughly grossed out. This girl, oh Lord, child, the level of detachment was sobering. This girl, in preparation for the State of LA in this here election year, this just happened last week, had a whole 2 marching bands inside the building. I don't know where they held it. Maybe, I think it was like at UCLA or something. They held it at some big old place. That this girl had 2 marching bands performing inside the building in preparation. She had a speech that somebody delivered about the wonderful, magnanimous, awesome first Black female mayor of Los Angeles, Mayor Bass. I said, is this girl insane? Is she crazy? She gotta be crazy. She gotta be. Like, why she did that? Like, does she not live in the world that we live in? Like, why she did that? So people were expecting a serious analysis about where we began at the beginning of her candidacy and where we are now as the end of her candidacy is approaching. And this girl starts with 2 marching bands inside a building to big her up. This girl smiled through the whole thing. The whole time I was like, Jesus, come and get your people already. Man, this shit is exhausting. Can you just hurry up and just come on and get your folks already so we can finally save the world? Can you just come and get your people so we can go ahead and save the planet once and for all? Come get your folks. Come get your folks. This girl's smiling. Ooh, this woman had the unmitigated gall to declare as some symbol of success. Child, I'm ashamed to even say it out loud. This girl had the nerve to claim as a symbol of success that the city under her 4 years in office has successfully permanently housed 1,447 people. 1,400 people. 1,447 people. Everybody in the audience golf clapping. I said, surely them numbers is wrong. Surely she misstated the numbers for that to be the response. Her grinning from ear to ear like the Cheshire Cat. And everybody in the audience golf clapping. About 1,447 people being permanently housed, going from a state of, quote, homelessness to being, quote, permanently housed. 1,400 people, child. 1,400 people. The low estimates, because I am certain that they are low. I am certain the statistical, the method of statistical, what do you call it? The method of statistical acquisition of these numbers is cooked, because supposedly as of yesterday, the number of homeless in LA is 43,000 and the number of homeless in LA County is 79,000. Y'all lying, first of all. Y'all lying. Y'all lying, first of all. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that that number is correct. 43,000 people homeless. Let me tell y'all something. I don't know how many of you received the email that I sent you today. But one of the things I think I mentioned in there, if I didn't, I intended to, it will come up again. But one of the things that I mentioned is I'm always mentioning, even if I'm not talking about, politics, which I mostly am, is how these people continuously play in your face. They continuously rely on the mechanism of what's the word? Compartmentalizing information. You know what I'm saying? Compartmentalizing information so that the gravity of the travesty that is purposefully, continuously, uninterruptingly being perpetuated on the heads of human beings always seems less disastrous than it actually is. I hope that came out clearly. Because what you will not have from me is the bullshit that I have witnessed for the last 4 days, as 4 new people have declared their intention to run for mayor, and every single one out of every single mouth, even those that appear on the surface to be some level of, quote, progressive, is constantly using the weapon of jargon. Jargon is a weapon. Jargon is a weapon. It was created as a weapon. It continues to function as a weapon. It is a weapon to always attempt to betray you while robbing you blind. That's the bottom line. I don't care what the jargon is. And it's funny. Y'all know I'm always talking about cults, right? I'm always talking about cults. And I'm always teaching you and talking to you about cults because I want you to forever be aware that as a spiritual leader, which I am, right? As a teacher, which I am, as a healer, attempting to put you on game on how to reclaim absolute power and dominion over your own universe. This is what sovereignty looks like. That I will never use jargon as a weapon to betray you, as a weapon to confuse you about what it is I'm up to. So there will be some, I can already see it coming down the pipe. There will be some. If my understanding of the state is correct and sound, which I am certain it is, that very soon y'all will hear all kinds of criticisms and critiques about myself, about my personhood, about why she talk like that, about why she be doing that. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. But what you are going to be able to do is to go back through 6, sometimes 7, 8 years of videos right here that are going to demonstrate to you that that are going to demonstrate to you that I'm a dynamic bitch. I am a giant. I am. That when I say I am dynamic, I'm not being funny and I'm not being arrogant. Every single solitary way that we present in the world, we have been taught to present that way. Always to present in a very strategic way that makes everyone else around us comfortable with our presence. And to those of you whom that statement resonates with, yes, I'm talking about you. I don't care who you is. I don't care who you is. Yes, I said is. Yes, I said is. I don't care who you is. I don't care. Because every single solitary one of us have experienced that. Every one of us have experienced that. Somebody telling us that the way we live in our bodies in the world is not appropriate, that it makes someone else alive in the world uncomfortable, and we are supposed to capitulate. We're supposed to comply. And what we are witnessing with this really, really poorly written play being forced down our gullet, emanating from up on high throughout the world, as some child, as the evidence of supremacy, huh? What we are witnessing from up on high is a response, baby. It is a rebellion. Do you hear what I'm telling you? It is a bunch of children throwing temper tantrums because they recognize in this moment they can no longer have their way. Do you understand? What you are witnessing, yes, it is diabolical. Yes, in some ways it can be scary and it can be exhausting and it can make you just want to put the covers over your head and sleep through it. That ain't the day. They're playing every hand they have. They're literally telling us in our face, we recognize that this shit is over. That's what they're telling us. We recognize the shit is over. And so we just gonna pull out all the stops. Like we ain't got shit to lose now because it's over. It's a wrap. And instead of meeting this monstrous motherfucker on the terms that you set, you will walk your own progress backwards. I ain't with it. I'm not the one. I'm not the one. And let me tell you something. This bullshit and ass bullshit. This bullshit and ass bullshit I saw all weekend. This woman, I don't even know her name. I got to get acquainted with her. But this woman that literally 2 hours before the door closed to, quote, declare your intention to run, this woman just out of nowhere presents a 900-page campaign booklet of what she intends to do for the city when she become mayor. Bitch, stop lying. Stop lying. Really? I told y'all I know the state. I was like, I know good and damn well the state is not gonna let who is on the ballot. I know they ain't gonna settle for this. They are about to pull out a stop. Because let me tell you what happened after Karen Bass put on this disgusting, pathetic, literally insulting display last week, calling it the State of Affairs of LA. It was gross. It was gruesome. It was diabolical, is what it was. But I knew who she was. I knew who she was from day one. Y'all didn't know. Y'all was so excited. Y'all was in your little heart chakra about, the negress being the first black female mayor and shit. I get it. But like, at what juncture is this play, man? At what juncture is this card going to continue to rock you to sleep? Like, at what juncture is it going to be like, oh, I see that. See how they did that? I remember that last time when they did that. You feel me? When is it going to be enough, man? So after that, literally 24 hours later, I'm like, baby, when I tell you they pulling out the stops out this joint, I said, God damn. 24 hours later, after everybody is singing her praises, oh, the incumbent, she's already raised all the money. I think the most that you can raise as a mayoral candidate is like $3 million. She long since raised that. Our incumbent, she did such a good job. There was a lot of people on the ground like, I ain't voting for her. Now, these rich people might vote for her. These upper middle class folks might vote. I ain't gonna be. That was the mumbling on the ground, right? She do her little ticker tape parade with a little marching band and shit, talking about all this wonderful stuff. Child, talking about all this wonderful stuff she has done for the city. I want you to go to your job this week. Whatever it is you do. I want you to go to your job this week and don't do the bare minimum. Do just like a 0.5% below the bare minimum. You feel where it's not obvious. You feel me? Just do a 0.5% below the bare minimum at your job for the next week. You think you're gonna have a job by the end of the week? Do you think you will still be employed by the end of the week? But we do not hold a single solitary elected official to that standard. Not nowhere in this whole country. That quote, once you win the vote, you can just post up. You don't have to fear that no matter what you do, you will not lose your job because you up in there for 4 years. You earned that. So you can do the absolute bottom of the barrel bare minimum and know that at the end of the day, you might even be able to run again on that bare minimum. To be able to look in your city, to survey the terrain through which you have been hoisted up as the leadership, to not see anything substantial, anything significant that has changed for the better in the city for whom you are the face of, and still be getting paid. What's she getting paid? What she get paid? $384,000 a year for 4 years? To do what? To quote, help 1,447 homeless people get off the street permanently? Girl, you lying. You didn't do that. You lying. You did not do that. Now my Wi-Fi want to start acting up. You didn't do that. Be honest. And there ain't nobody honest in this city who we just yield power to. Nobody. She didn't do that. There are more nonprofits, and I get it. There is a whole sector of the nonprofit machine that is deliberately orchestrated to do parasitic shit. I get that. But I also know a whole sector of the nonprofit, a whole corner, a whole piece of the nonprofit sector in the city, where these nonprofits are created by human beings who give a damn about people, who give a damn about circumstances, and are looking for every way possible to transform what should be easily transformable in a city that generates $86 million a day. And so what to them doesn't compute, and it shouldn't compute the amount of suffering that we see in the city when we know that the wealth is unending. It's incalculable in our basic mind how much wealth is generated in this city every day. There is no excuse. And so bureaucracy becomes the weapon that provides excuse. Jargon becomes a weapon that legitimizes and provides excuse for the inexcusable. Do you see what I'm saying? It is, well, see, you just don't understand the process. And see, if you understood how difficult and complicated the process really is, then you would understand why change is slow. I reject it. And the only way that you can scientifically and confidently reject that shit is to know the state, to know the function of the state, to understand the state better than it understands itself and its participants who actually believe in the shit and believe that it works. So when I tell you that I'm running for mayor, I have had people ask me questions that are absolutely legitimate just in the last 4 days. Some of those questions being, damn, I ain't see you as a person that was, really interested in politics. 0%. Yep. 0%, man. But is that an excuse? We live in a political world. I can have my opposition to the way the political process works right now and still be affected by it every day of my existence. So it's not a contradiction that I hate the state. Hmm? That I hate the state. That hasn't changed. That position has not changed. It will not change. This is me as a tax-paying citizen of the United States of America taking possession, taking hold of the reins of power, which supposedly a democracy affords me the opportunity to do. It is to take possession of the instruments currently being used to wield power to demonstrate in real time how every single one of us have the ability. I don't care if you got a third grade education, if you got a fifth grade education, I don't care. Every last one of us has the ability to take possession of that which belongs to us. That which belongs to us. And exercise it and use it as we see fit for the benefit of us at no one's expense. Unlike the way the weapons of the state have been used against us from day one to current day. Stop acting confused about what you are witnessing. This is just another personification of the same old wicked ass diabolical state. So I will run this campaign, baby. I'm gonna run this campaign, and it's gonna be a problem. I can tell you that it's gonna be a problem because I told y'all from day one, and I ain't changed my mind. If you need somebody to be performing pomp and circumstance for y'all asses, I will not be the one. If you need somebody, now y'all see me, so y'all see how fluidly, you feel me, how effortlessly, you feel me, my language can change. It is not because of code switching. You feel me? That ain't it. It's because I'm a dynamic human being who can flow in and out of a vibe, all of which are aspects of me. See, when we look at when I talk to you guys, when we sing the song, when we do the conspiracy to right all wrongs, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, and we say she with 10,000 names, that's us. That's us. That's us. Who is the us? Every single solitary one of us. Who is the us? Every single solitary person who came out of some woman's uterus. Every single one of us. Male, female, all the genders in between, black, white, all the races in between. What has been happening, what occurred to me when I finally got up the confidence, when I finally made the decision to go down to that office and put my name in jeopardy, because I also know the city where I live. I also know the diabolatry that exists in the city where I live. I also know the history of crimes committed against black-skinned women who have the nerve to be too mouthy in a city and in an institution that loves to thrive off of them while literally disappearing them off the face of the planet. So this is not something I took lightly. To put my name on Front Street, because this week after I do this press conference, that's it. The solitude, the nobody calling my phone for a 24-hour period, the nobody knowing where I live because you are forced to put your address, that is gone. That's gone after this week. So baby, when I tell you I deliberated for months and months and months and months and months, I received the call in June. This is about you. This is what everything, all the bullshit you done put up with politically, all the work that you have done and remained faceless, even though you built whole institutions for other folks. All the work that you did raising your child, raising other people's children, every single thing that you have done, even this drive across the country, thinking that you was just gonna turn right back around and go back to Florida, everything has led up to this moment. Because everything that you have been trying to teach the few in pockets here and there and to and fro, now you have the opportunity to teach in mass in one fell swoop. Baby, you got 17 weeks to make sure everybody on the whole of the planet hears what it is you have to say, to see themselves in it, and to set a course for themselves on how to exploit what they've learned from you to execute actual change where they are. This is a contest I'm staging, baby. This is a contest that I am calling on you to stage with me. This, because at the end of the day, and this is going to be in the platform that y'all receive. Those of you who have said that you want to participate. Um, the name of my campaign is the better world is now. The better world is now. It's right this minute. That's the campaign. That's the campaign header. What does that look like in the real world? What does it mean in the real world? Because I'm not talking about, pie in the sky, idealism, but I'm also not talking about that bullshit nobody else is talking about. I done read through everybody campaign platform. First of all, I want to know. It's a serious question. I want to know when it became acceptable to live in a world without pleasure, without like excitement, without like when it became acceptable to live in a world that is absolutely has been deliberately made so, by the way, absolutely boring, absolutely unexciting. When did that happen? When did it become acceptable that at a certain age, you too must, to be taken seriously, you must become boring? When did that happen? When did that happen? Because I went down to that office on Saturday, cute, y'all, cute. Had on my little, y'all usually wear long dresses, but I had on this little short dress and my little cleavage was rocking. It was a beautiful, windy day. I did my hair. Y'all see what I did my hair? You feel me? Did my hair, even twisted it while driving with one knee to get there. You understand? It was short, the short bottom of my skirt was like flailing in the wind, showing just a little peekaboo of my thigh meat. You feel me? I went there cute. Just in case. You feel me? How? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I know I'm about to hurt somebody's feelings. But when did it become the normal expectation that for a woman in particular who has put herself forward to quote um put herself forward as as a representative of power, as a representative of like office, or as a representative of like a firm or like a CEO? Why in 2026, child, is that woman's default always going to be that in order for anyone to take me seriously as one who is seeking power, that I have to dress like a man? I got to be in a suit, in a tie. This girl, first of all, the weather has been really janky here. I'm convinced it's on purpose. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. Take it to your mama. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. It is February, and since the middle of January, it has literally been anywhere from 88 to 94 degrees every day in Southern California. That is not normal. It's not normal. I'm like, what they playing at? What they playing at? Why they out here messing with this damn weather to deliberately make us mad? Somebody playing. Somebody playing games. I digress. It's been 1,000 degrees every day. 1,000 degrees every day. How the hell you walk out your house on a Saturday? Greetings. Oh, what's up, Dave? I need your email address. Inbox me your email address, yo. I got your video today. Email me. So anyway, why you walk out your house knowing good and goddamn well, on a Saturday, by the way, knowing good goddamn well that at noon when we have to go up there, it's 1,000 degrees in this city for the last 2-3 weeks. Why you walk your ass out the house with literally a button up shirt on, a 3-piece suit, like a man's girlified 3-piece suit? Stop it. Stop. Absolutely yes, Dave. 1,000%. If you come out here and don't visit, we're gonna have a problem. Um, inbox me so we can exchange numbers and work that out. Set a calendar around that. Absolutely, yes. Damn, it'd be dope to see you. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you remember the guitarist that used to play for our band, Chris Hawkins. Chris Hawkins, he's out here now. He teaches right down the street from me, literally 3 blocks from me. We need to link up. Anyway, yo, this, and I know it seems small. Am I still live on YouTube? Because y'all ain't engaging me at all. I ain't seen a comment in an hour. So y'all still here? Because I got shit I can do. You feel me? If I'm boring y'all let me know. I can get up off here because I still got thousands of pages of shit to type over the next 24 hours. So I can be up out of here. I still got to do a press release. I got to send a press release to every freaking media outlet in this city, which are numerous. But if y'all ain't up on here, if I'm boring y'all with what I'm talking about, I can be up off of here. I can get some other shit done. Okay. Nah, shit. So anyway, I watched this woman, beautiful woman, by the way, the last candidate who just magically submitted her intention to run for mayor 2 hours before the window closed to declare. This girl had a 900-page document about her campaign typed and to the ready when she got there 2 hours before the door closed to declare. You see? Now, I done told y'all, I done walked y'all through the process and how extraordinarily bureaucratic that bullshit has been to the ethics commission 4 times since December 9th when I went up there and officially declared. To go back last Monday telling me I got one document I got to fill out, and 20 pages later, deliberately bureaucratic. I had a woman on the phone to help me fill something out online, right? The woman works for the state of California, okay? Not the city of Los Angeles, the state of California, the state government. She trying to help me with this document. And she was like, this is really complicated. It doesn't look like this in the state. Like the state's version of this document is not this complicated. I said, excuse me? She was like, you're going to have to just go down there because I can't help you with that. This is the woman who worked for the state. Okay. She said, as a matter of fact, my personal opinion is you would have an easier time. It's much, much easier. It's much less complicated to run for governor than it is for mayor of LA. She told me that. She said it's much easier. She said, we're in the midst of a government election. It's much easier to run for governor of California than it is mayor of LA. I'm not lying. The woman on the phone in my personal email that says this is the number that you need to call if you need help filling out this document online. And I call her number. She talking about, girl, I mean, I don't know what they talking about because this document ain't like our document. It might be easier for you to just run for governor, girl. You know the governor race happening right now. A week prior to that, a homegirl of mine, actually the sister that I had approached about managing my campaign, because that's what she do. All her degrees is in the political process, politics, this, that, and this. She done ran for Congress, this and that. I was like, yo, because she had not made up her mind if she was going to run this year. I was like, yo, why don't you manage my campaign? Take a time, think about it. Next time I hear from her is a week ago. And she's like, girl, why are you running for mayor? She didn't say that in December when I asked her to manage my campaign. But she gonna send me a text talking about why you running for mayor, girl. She said, girl, withdraw your intent to run for mayor and just run for Congress. Just run for governor. It's easier to run for Congress or governor than it is to run for mayor of LA. That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said. Do you think that is, don't you know that's deliberate? The bureaucracy, the running around that it took for me to finally get to a place where the whole declaration process was complete, from December 9th when I first went the hill up there to last Monday, this past Monday. And you mean to tell me that somebody who was not even thinking about running 2 hours before the window closed this past Saturday just showed up with a 900-page document of how she intends to turn this city around. I know the state, baby. And I would, because I was looking at the lineup, I was like, I know. That's why I was keeping quiet, y'all, because I know the state. Because I know the state. I was like, I'm sitting here looking at the list every day. Right now, there are 38 candidates on the ballot just for mayor. There are several seats open, city council, and this and that, and this and that, and this and that. There's 38 people on the ballot to run for mayor. 38. 38. Somebody say that's the definition of a plant. Absolutely. She cute, got a little Coke bottle figure. She's Indian. And it's interesting. The day she declared, child, a whole big old spread in the day that she declared. Because you had to declare by noon on Saturday. The day that she declared, baby. It was like they had the article already ready. It was like they had the article for the paper already ready. Big ass headlines. Los Angeles, LA Times, and some other local big papers. And I forget the girl name, but they calling her LA's Mom Donnie. I said, here we go with this bullshit ass bullshit. You feel me? This bullshit. And apparently her biggest backer, I guess, don't quote me on that, but like the people, I guess, that put her forward or encouraged her or whatever, is what do they call the Democratic Socialists? I said, let me tell you about the state, y'all. Let me tell you about the state, baby. Because there is nothing, what do you call it? There is nothing more sacred in Los Angeles. There is nothing more sacred in Los Angeles than a good socialist. What did I tell y'all 2 weeks ago? What did I tell? Does anybody? I bet y'all don't even remember what I told y'all. I tell y'all a lie. I will be fair. I tell y'all a lie. But one of the things I told y'all specifically about this race is let me hold on. Give me a second, because I hear this child screaming outside my damn door. I'm talking about my kid. Hold on. Told y'all they were gonna stage a mutiny. What's up, big head baby? Where you big head baby? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at, boy? Storm. Storm. I hear you, boy. Anyway, I just had to leave the door open because they got plenty of food, so he just probably wants some snuggle time. Anyway, I told y'all it was only going to be a matter of time. Especially, I literally told it to you because I was talking about Mom Donnie. I was talking about Mom Donnie and how he took that election, and how my daughter called me and she was like, Mom, what you think about Mom Donnie? And I didn't want to hurt her feelings because I don't want her to be discouraged. But I was like, baby, and that was his whole thing, appealing to the socialist sensibilities of the many and carrying on. And I told her, like I told y'all 2 weeks ago, that Mom Donnie, because I know the state, I said, I am open to being wrong, but I rarely am. I really am. What do I always tell y'all? I trust me. I trust me. I formulate an opinion in 2.2 seconds. And from that point on, I'm just waiting for the evidence of my position, for the evidence that affirms my position to meet me. That's it. And it always happens. It always happens. It always happens. Do you think it's because I see the future? Do you think it is because I am, though I am a magical, mystical motherfucker, do you think that I am able to clearly predict how the state will move? Do you think that the state has a crystal ball somewhere plotting and scheming how to maintain a stranglehold on you? No, you are predictable. Therefore, they can predict how you will behave, how you will respond, how you will move. Well, I too, as a longtime student of the state, can all, because the state is just as predictable. The state is just as predictable. And so what I told my baby when she asked, really holding out hope that I was going to say something positive about Mom Donnie, what I did try to help her understand is the state right now is a well-oiled machine that functions with mathematical and scientific precision. Anything that happens within the state happens exactly how it is supposed to. You understand? If you can accept that, then the things that I tell you afterwards will not seem so mystical, will not seem so surprising. I said, so that being said, all of the people that you really hope will do the right thing once they take office, you know, your little, what's the name? What's the little girl name? What's the little girl name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh, what's this little girl name that y'all love so much? Is her name Jasmine Crockett? Is that her name? What's her name? The little black girl that y'all love so much, because every now and again she'll throw a little attitude at the so-called the big bad guys and shit, right? She'll do her little necessary black girl performance to make you think she really about that life. But I was like, I see through you, boo. I'm sorry. I see through you. Just waiting for the information to reveal itself to me that would confirm my opposition. Do you see? And I have it. What's the other little girl name that my baby loved so much? When she first hit the scene under Trump's first administration, she's like, Mom, AOC. I was like, okay. What you mean, Mom? What you mean? Did you see the documentary about her life? She started out as a grassroots organizer. I said, okay. What? I want to know, Mom. What you think? I said, baby, I know the state. That's the only thing I could do. I know the state. And so that girl may well have very well been AOC, a good human being with really good and true and genuine intentions in seeking office. What's old girl name? Jasmine Crockett. That girl may very well have been a genuine, upstanding citizen in her early days as a grassroots organizer. I don't doubt that. You understand? I watched all the videos, Mom Donnie at marathons, and Mom Donnie eating from the local food trucks and all of that shit. And Mom Donnie, the rapper, and all of that shit. And I was like, well, first of all, when they started with that mess, as soon as the boy's name hit the ballot, I was like, this boy is about to take this election. Mm-hmm. I said it out loud. This boy is not only going to take this election, he's going to take it by a landslide. Do y'all think y'all put him in office? Okay. That's my position. Do y'all think y'all put him in office? Where he came from? Who he was before he put his name in the plate? You feel me? What was his stilo before he put his name in the plate? You understand? Is there anything else associated with him that would give you pause? No? Okay. Because I know that the compartmentalization of your brains will always have you write off things that should be significant in terms of informing you about who is placed in front of you as a solution in generated crisis. And deliberately orchestrated, generated crisis. So, okay, Mom Donnie, slick talking, good looking ass nigga, you know what I'm saying? He got a little suavidosha about him, you feel me? He just dark enough to not offend the light-skinned folks and just light-skinned enough. He just dark enough to woo the dark-skinned, you feel me? And just light enough to not offend the light-skinned up in the city, whoever they are. White, black, all the races in between, I don't care. You feel me? He's just progressive enough for his Islam to not give you pause. I'm telling y'all fall for too much. I'm telling you, bless him. Because even if he was a stand-up, upright dude, which he very much probably was, probably can find a whole host of people from his neighborhood say, I ain't never seen this dude collapse out of line. You know what I'm saying? He probably was. And it's something it's something I labor over because I told my daughter 2 months ago, I said, baby, I said, at the moment that Mom Donnie placed his hand on a Bible and placed his other hand over his heart to declare his allegiance to the state, his ass is up for grabs. And I said, give him a year. They didn't even wait a year, child. He was just inaugurated, what, a month ago, 2 months ago? Baby, they already started raking his ass over the coals. I saw a little declaration. What was it? A state of the economic. What was it? An address of the state of the economic health of New York or something last week. And I actually sat there and watched that whole thing. Disturbed. You know why I was disturbed? Because that same boy, who his whole campaign, his entire campaign was about his relatability. His whole campaign was about his relatability, how down to earth he was, how everybody just seemed to be able to relate to him. Why? Why was his campaign relatable? Why was he, as a man, relatable? It is because he spoke the language of the people. He spoke in a way that did not appear to be over people's heads, deliberately over people's heads. People were like, oh, I understand clearly. I see clearly in my mind's eye the program that this dude is talking about executing to help those of us in this city. Power Kismet, you got to be up on here in the beginning, bro, because we was bigging you up at the beginning. We played like 4-5 of your tracks up on here. Power Kismet in the house, yo, yeah, man, we was bigging you up in the beginning of this live. Anyway, people like, yeah, this is a real ass dude. You know what I'm saying? He was born in Africa. He Arab. You understand? Muslim, born in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Or born in Africa. I think he's either born in Africa or his parents are from Uganda and he was born here. Something like that, regardless. You know what I'm saying? So the black people relate to him. Oh, he one of us. The Arab, they relate to he one of us. Even the Jews. Even the Jews of New York. They were talking about how many Jews came out and voted for Mom Donnie. Who was them Jews that voted for Mom Donnie? Young people. Young people. Visionaries. People who have the ability to see through propaganda to take the right position. These young Jews in New York. I forget how many. People were shocked because they assumed that the Jewish vote was fixed. Was fixed. And them young Jewish people was like, fuck what you heard. Not today. You ain't gonna have us out here caught up in no bullshit. You hear me? I was like, okay, I see y'all. I'm gonna make another statement. That little demonstration, how those young Jewish people, some of whom are actually ardent practitioners of Judaism, still had enough heart to make the right decision for their lives based on principle, based on integrity. That was surprising. I'll be honest. I was surprised at the number. It was an extraordinary amount of young Jewish people who came out to vote for Mondani. Not only to vote for him, to actually participate in his campaign, to actually participate in running his campaign. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You feel me? And so my poor baby, she's like, Mama, is there nobody that you would point to and say, okay, they might be the one. They might go up in there and wreck some shit. Because if you are listen to what I'm trying to tell you on this day, if you are pursuing office of any kind, if you're trying to join the school board, child, if you are pursuing office in this country, still holding on to the idea that the only thing wrong in America is that there are just a few bad apples in positions of power, spoiling the whole democratic process? Your ass is up for the take. Your ass is up for the take. If you are pursuing office, I'm hungry. I told y'all I ain't ate since this morning. If you are pursuing office and your intentions, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna run this campaign to win. I'm going to run the type of campaign that makes it undeniable that victory was ours, that victory was mine. I'm going to run the kind of campaign that is going to make it so obvious that victory was mine, that if I lose, so those of you tuning in on my IG for as release.heart.center, it's about to cut off because IG has been playing games since I got up on here. So as soon as it's off, I'll bring up a new live and you can just tune right back in. Or you can join us over here on my YouTube channel, which is Daughter of the Fates. Okay. So anyway, so let me do this real quick, and pull up a new live. Um, let's see here. All right. Okay. So what I was saying is I intend to run a campaign, man. That is that is no different than the Cassandra sitting right here. That I will not be budging or wavering on a single word that I've said over the last 6 years that I've been up on here teaching y'all. My position has not changed. 0%. As a matter of fact, anybody that is running for office and in their mind, they still hold this mythological idea of the certainty of the process, of the certainty of the democratic process. If you are running for office and your intention is not to come into the level of proximity with the instruments and tools of power, with the sole purpose, ambition, and idea to use the tools and instruments that we currently see as power as a sledgehammer to totally dismantle this bitch and erect something new, I already know what's gonna happen within the first 3 months of your time in said position. You hear what I'm saying? Because what has happened, this is my personal position. I know some of you will disagree. It's fine. My personal position, having done this for a very long time, having been a hardcore engaged electorally politically engaged through a cadre hardcore African internationalist socialist organization, I have come to a certain understanding about what I feel like is the problem with how we've been doing political activism and political work. It doesn't take anything for us. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell y'all what I got planned. But it doesn't take anything for us to get mad at an event, to get mad at an occurrence, to take to these streets on the terms that your oppressor sets for you. That's why we don't have like little sticks on the placards anymore. You just have to hold the poster board. Used to sticks, right? Little flat sticks on their placards, because your adversary sets the terms for how you conduct political discord and disagreement. So this is why, just for those of you who are too young to know, your ass can't have a little hand handle on your placards anymore, because you comply to the conditions your adversary sets for your discontent. How can he do that? How can they do that? They can do that because you've consented to it. How have you consented to it? Because you went out there and voted, really believing that your sole responsibility as a citizen of the United States of America is just to vote right, because this is how you are giving power to a representative of some sort to represent you and your peculiar interests. And that ain't what it is. And so what we do is we adhere to the prescribed methods of voicing our discontent, and we dare not color outside the lines. And not only do we dare not color outside the lines, thank you, Honey Dip Chocolate, for this generous donation of yours. And I will remind those of you to follow suit. You can show your support for the content or for the campaign or for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence by offering a super chat or a super thanks, or using the email address inside the comment section, EvoEmeTemp to make a contribution there. To use that email address to send a Zelle or a PayPal. To send a Venmo, it is my name, Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd, on Venmo. And Cashapp is $Daughter of the Fates, Fates. So anyway, not only always default to the prescribed preferred methods of voicing your discontent: demonstrations, writing to your senator, calling your senator, voting twice every 4 years. Thank you, Ancient Mamas, for your donation, darling. Appreciate you for it. Right? That's your default. This is the way that, as a responsible citizen, you voice your discontent, right? And I never thought about it until I had to really sit with what running for office was going to mean for my personal life, because I'm crystal clear. I'm still concerned. I'm crystal clear about what running for office in this city is going to mean for my personal life. Not just because of what I suspect, of what I witnessed in my crash course in LA politics when managing that woman's campaign 4 years ago, and the kind of tomfoolery that surrounded the life of her and her children and her family when she put herself out there to run for office. So I'm crystal clear. And this was, a white middle-class woman who lived in Beverly Hills, you feel me, catching the kind of smoke she was catching. So I'm crystal clear about where I am and what it is I'm engaged in. You feel me? And I, in sitting with this, because I got the call to do this thing on a full moon in June. And I was like, no, I'm tripping. This ain't me. It's me tripping. And spent months trying to talk myself out of it. Yep. Like, look, you got all this going on in your own life. You got all this craziness happening in your own life. Who you think you is? And couldn't nothing talk, knowing, even my daughter calling me, like, Mama, you sure? Like, I'm scared. That is a legitimate response to running for office in the city. That's a legitimate response to running for office in the city. For my daughter to be scared for me. That's a legitimate response in the city. You feel me? And so again, even after I made the declaration on December 9th, when I went down there to fill out the paperwork, I was still every day like, are you sure? Like, this is really insane. This is really insane. Do you want to be mayor? Like, do you want that kind of drama in your life? You know what I'm saying? What is that going to mean for you? What is that going to look like? Are you going to be safe from this thing that you are able to observe in others, that as soon as they become members of the state apparatus, that even if they went up in there with good intentions, good, regular, everyday people who are local activists in their community turn state, how are you going to prevent this from becoming you? These are the questions that I have plagued my own skull with since June. What is going to protect me in my ability? Say I end up, with the title, tied to my name, Mayor Cassandra so and so. What is going to provide me the level of protection and security? And I'm not talking about general, like y'all be talking about protection. The level of protection and security that I would need to not, to not capitulate, to not budge, to not sway, to be different, to be one who say what I said out my mouth when I corralled y'all to come and vote for me is what the fuck I say right now today. Right? Yep. That ain't changed. To have the cocky, audacious confidence to do that and to execute and to say, hold me accountable. If I ain't produced no results in a year, in a whole year, and y'all ain't seen nothing different, yank my ass the fuck up out of there. Matter of fact, why don't I that's what I tried to get somebody else to do. State your conviction, man. The person whose campaign I'm in, I said, don't wait for it. Don't wait for people to. I don't want y'all hope. I don't want nobody here hope. I don't want their hope. I don't want their belief. I don't want what's the other one? I don't want their faith. I don't want none of that shit. I want them to confidently, with certainty, walk their ass to the polls and say, I believe that bitch. Like, I am certain, not I believe, I am certain that this motherfucker right here gonna do exactly what she say she gonna do, or she gonna fight like hell. She gonna fight tooth and nail to do and execute exactly what she said when she walked my ass down to these polls to give her my vote. I'm certain of that. And if it don't happen, it means somebody was putting up a hell of contest to make sure that it did not happen. Child, hold on. Don't do too much. This should be great. But listen, I ain't never heard nobody say the shit she's saying. Like, that motherfucker sound like she about that life. See what I'm saying? Because I am. Because I am, man. Because I am. You know what I'm saying? I got children. I got grandchildren. I got God grandchildren who I love just as much as my own, who are still young enough to not be permanently scarred by the bullshit that we have walked ourselves into and expect our babies to fucking survive. We all play a role in the madness that exists, because it's not a condemnation. I get it. This shit be burdensome. But at some juncture, we're going to have to take responsibility for the world. At some juncture, every one of us is going to have to say, it's got to be me. It's got to be today. Because enough is a goddamn enough. It's got to be today, and it's got to be me. No matter how seemingly small my action of contribution is, today has got to be the day. no the fuck more of this bullshitting ass bullshit force fed down our throats for us to accept as normal. I don't accept this. I don't accept it as normal. I do not give my consent to be governed by maniacs. You hear what I just said? I do not give my consent to be governed by maniacs. I do not give my consent to be governed by billionaires. I do not give my consent to be governed and manipulated by corporations backing government. I don't give my consent to this shit. And so if it means that I have to put myself out there and make my life uncomfortable, not only to stage a contest here in LA, but to demonstrate once and for all what staging a goddamn contest has to look like from now on. Nobody will ever be able to run no goddamn campaign talking slick silver tongue, forked ass tongue, jargony ass bullshit to fucking betray you and get you to run to these polls against your own interest. To consent to madness, because that's what we've done. In the not knowing, we've consented to madness. I do not consent to any of this shit. As a matter of fact, because I didn't know better. I didn't know better, just like the rest of us don't know better. I do not consent. Not only do I not consent, I withdraw all consent I gave as a consequence of being ill-informed of what I was consenting to. Do you hear me? I hope you heard me. I withdraw all consent I gave in my ignorance. Ignorance deliberately imposed into my skull for the sole purpose of taking advantage of my power, of taking advantage of my energy, of taking advantage of my life force, of taking advantage of the wealth I have generated for this motherfucker right here and have not benefited from. Today has to be enough, man. Today has to be enough. Now, I'm going to flip the script real quick because I know some of y'all, most of you, be real compartmentalized in your thinking. So as I am talking to you about my intentions, that's already been declared. I'm on the ballot. I'm on the ballot. You feel me? And how I intend to run this campaign. But for those of you who know me personally, you have to know. You have to know that it ain't gonna be no regular ass. It ain't gonna be no regular ass campaign I'm running. That boring ass bullshit y'all just accept is the proper way to conduct political campaign. I ain't with it. I'm not with it. I did that. I did the door knocking. I done did the drops. I done did the four corners and the petitioning. That I have to do. That I can't. Ain't no budget. I have to get names. I have to get signatures. You feel me? I got 3 weeks to get them signatures. I got 3 weeks to get 1,000 signatures. Somebody gonna help me with that shit. We gonna get that shit done in 2 weeks. You feel me? I hear you, Power Kismet. I think you might not have been on here when I was talking about. I'm gonna organize a Zoom conference. For those of you who are not in the state but who still want to help participate, we're gonna do a Zoom conference, and the meeting is gonna be on location here. But for those of you who are elsewhere, can be able to participate. So we gotta make this shit pop. I don't want shit attached to me in this campaign that ain't sexy, that is not invigorating, that is not exciting. Still truth telling, but you can tell the truth of what is without lamenting. If y'all go right now and look at all the people who already got some stuff launched for their campaign to run for mayor, like this one white boy, he Spencer something Spencer, he is from Pacific Palisades, and I sat here and crack watch all his little videos. I was like, we got to stage a contest in this bitch. This motherfucker talking about we are going to support and welcome the federal government and in the form of ICE to teach Californians, to teach Los Angelinos that it is okay to submit to the rule of law. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said that. He said that. He said that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. Amongst a bunch of other bullshit and ass bullshit. But that was the thing that stood out. Was no more. He said so much gross stuff. Oh my God. He said so much gross stuff. Talking about, the reason that homelessness is such a problem, is such a blight on the city, is because we do not make primary mental health and what do you say? Mental health and addiction as a part of the requirement for housing. What you said? Slick talking ass motherfucker. What you just say? All the white people standing around him. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Do you really understand what he just said? That freaking white nationalist dog whistly ass bullshit he just said? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't believe. Y'all sit here over the next 24 hours and watch some of the disgusting, outlandish, and equally boring articulations of those who have put themselves forward to, quote, manage the city. Nothing exciting. Everything out of their mouth, just doom and gloom. Oh, the tragedy of it all. Terrible LA and the homelessness and the crime and the despair and the... I'm like, what the fuck, yo? Goddamn. You can observe problems that exist where you are without becoming subdued by the mythology that there is not a solution staring you in your face. I've lived in this city now 8 years. I love this city as much today as I did the day that I made the decision, standing in the snow on top of Big Bear, that California is home, standing in the snow, and it was just 110 degrees 45 minutes earlier. I was like, oh my God, this shit is magic. That you can be in the snow and in the desert and surfing in the ocean all in the same day. This is some magical motherfucking shit. This home. The first time in my adult life, I felt instantly like I was where I was supposed to be and to call that place home. The first time in my adult life. I have lived in places that I loved. Until I moved to California, I never lived anywhere that felt like home, that felt like, everything was leading up to this moment. I love the city as much today as I did the day that I decided to become a Los Angelino. You understand? Doesn't mean that there aren't real, sometimes overwhelming problems in this city, in any city. But I want to encourage people that every problem that exists, that is supposed to be, that we assume is just the natural outcome of living in a city, I reject that. I reject it. I reject it 1,000%. Now, y'all know my line. Now, I don't know that I will be able to be as abrasive, because I'm actually going to be starting a separate YouTube channel just for the campaign. Separate social media, YouTube, email, all that shit. All of that shit is going to be happening by this Friday. So I don't know if I will be able to be as abrasive as y'all have grown accustomed to knowing and loving in me. For example, my position about billionaires. There's a bunch of billionaires in LA, baby. There's a shit ton of millionaires in this city. And so for me to be making a declaration that everything is wrong with everything that is wrong with your life is because billionaires exist, and I ain't budging. Demonstrate otherwise. Show me otherwise. Otherwise, everything that is wrong with every city in this country, with Not just in this country. Everything wrong with the whole planet right now. Everything wrong with the whole planet is because billionaires exist. Mm-hmm. Yup. And I ain't budging. I ain't budging. I ain't budging. You understand? For what is it? 3,700 and some not billionaires to possess more wealth than 3/4 of the human beings on this planet. Billionaires is what's wrong with your life, child. Identify a problem in your life, and I can show you the thread of connection between you and that billionaire. Everything wrong with your life is because billionaires exist. I ain't budging. I ain't talking about them not existing. I'm saying to become a billionaire, the world that allows for that to even be a thing, comes at somebody else's expense. Not only somebody else's expense, many sums of people must die for billionaires to exist. Many sums of people must die for billionaires to exist. Heart disease must be incurable for billionaires to exist. Diabetes must be beaten into your skull as an inevitable process of heredity for billionaires to exist. Oh, I can get deeper. I can get uglier. But everything wrong with your life, the reason, all you incels, I want to talk to y'all, incels. I want to talk to y'all. Because contrary to the popular opinion, I actually feel for you. I actually feel for incels. I actually feel sorry for incels. I actually experience a level of empathy and hurt for incels. I actually do. I really, really do. I'm not being funny at all. I really, really do. Because I know that the phenomenon of incel mentality is a deliberate orchestration by billionaires. I want to tell you, incels, I want to tell you, white nationalists, and I just want to clarify that white nationalists come in all shades and varieties. Okay? White nationalists come in all shades and varieties. Some white nationalists just as chocolate as I am and got boobies as big as mine and a uterus and actually probably spilled somebody out of their uterus. White nationalism comes in all shades and varieties. But you specifically peculiar white nationalists, white males, white poor and working class males who also happen to be white nationalists, I know you don't get no empathy nowhere. I know you don't. I know you don't get nobody that feel bad for you, that really be trying to contemplate the madness that is your mind. I actually do. This is the healer in me, really trying to understand how to right all wrongs, how to make the world what our mother promised us, which was abundance and long life, happiness and ecstasy, pleasure as our default. So I have to, if I'm responsible, if I'm a historian, if I'm a healer, if I'm a mother, if I'm a grandmother, if I'm a grandmother to a baby who looked just like y'all. My baby got blonde hair and blue eyes. I accepted that this was the mother's lesson specifically for me, is that I would love this little girl so much that I would want the world, I would want my participation known, that I did everything in my power, everything humanly possible to secure a world where my daughter and my granddaughter would not have to explain and justify their presentation in the world within the context of they black ass mama and grandmama. That world there won't be a need for her to declare I am this and I am that, because every single person on this planet's sovereignty will be acknowledged and fought for, defended and protected from the first day that they breathe to the last day that they breathe. If we can create that, then our race will become inconsequential. Not that it's not important, but that it will become inconsequential as a line of division. The only people that benefit from the divisions that we hyperfixate on, man, are those that own and control everything. Billionaires and all of their millionaire minions. Billionaires and all their millionaire minions. Now, I want to make a distinction because I do believe that it is possible for a person to be an ethical millionaire. I said millionaire. It is possible for a person to be an ethical millionaire, to make they loot from the genius of their mind and the creative innovation of their hands and mind at work as one. I do believe that there can be ethical millionaires. I do believe that there are many ethical millionaires, but I believe that unethical millionaires far outweighs the ethical ones. So when I make the distinction about billionaires, none of which are ethical, I will never budge on that. Not one, even though there are some that I really love, but I'm like, they ain't ethical. It's an impossibility. They ain't ethical. It's an Now, I will also make a distinction. I have heard it said, and so this might be somebody who is actually good with money and numbers and all of that shit that can help clarify that. This might just be the innocent me holding out hope. I have heard it said that when somebody is said to be a billionaire of a certain type, you feel me, that this is just numbers on paper, and that in all actuality, they may be just what you call it, paper upper millionaires. Okay, fine. Because there's a couple of billionaires I can name off the dome that I'm like, dang. But I don't budge because there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Just not. It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility. You understand? And so everything wrong with your life is because billionaires exist. First. Second, because at the end of the day, if a person who currently has billions attached to their name, feel me, lived in a world that existed today where the demand from those who generate all wealth on earth, that today is the day that we will retrieve that which is ours. What is that which is ours? The thriving wage associated with all of the wealth that I have generated that you possess. You feel me? That I have generated that you possess. And it ain't no mystery. I'm not trying to be cryptic or mystic or anything like that. I'm not trying to do that, because that is what has been done to you, is to make complicated shit that ain't complicated. It ain't complicated while you live the way you live, baby. It ain't complicated while poverty exists anywhere on earth. While you're talking out two sides of their mouth. Overpopulation. Why you bitches ain't having babies? Overpopulation. Why y'all ain't having babies? It's the same people saying that same shit every time. Why? Why? Because they own and control your life. When they need more of you to work for cheap, what was it, $8.1 million that we were told that we worked at, that we were told by the leading economists? $8.1 million is what a single human life is worth. That wasn't my opinion. We saw that on what you call it, Amy Goodman on Democracy Now, when she asked these three world economists, what is the value? What is the market value of a single human life? Well, it is a bit controversial to ask a question like, what is the value of a human life? But of course, we have an answer because we don't work out your labor to mathematical precision. What is the amount that these three different global economists have agreed upon is the value of a human being the moment they are born? $8.1 million. $8.1 million. Why do they need to determine the value of one human life at birth? Because somebody intends to extract that shit from your ass. Some mechanism, some person, some motherfucker that owns some corporation who has mapped out to precise mathematical precision the myriad of ways that they can guarantee that they extract that $8.1 million out your ass while in return allowing you access to the absolute bare minimum to keep you just alive enough to continue to produce. That's why you can't have universal health care, baby. It's not because the United States can't afford universal health care. It's not because the doctors just need more incentive. It is because every single institution that exists in the world, the way that it is now, is latched. Oh, God. Damn. Ooh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Ooh. Ooh. Mm-mm. Listen, y'all know I had been teaching that damn. God. Listen. I need a master graphics artist, designer, like a motherfucker who, as quickly as I'm having these breakthroughs, can like conceptualize in their brain what I'm telling them and then create a graphic that perfectly demonstrates what I'm communicating in real time, because I see all the ideas in my mind's eye. I'm not a graphics person. You feel me? But I can see it clear as day. Let me tell you, yo, when I tell you they play in your face all the time, all the time. There is literally no grain of sand left unaddressed, left unturned, unlooked up under when it comes to how are we going to bleed every single solitary one dry down to their bone marrow and their organs. Down to what was her name? Henrietta Lacks. Hell, even her cancerous, tumorous body parts. We can use them. We can make some millions off of them. Long after she dead, we can continue to make millions and millions and millions and millions, and hell, billions of dollars off her mutagenic cells. And meanwhile, she and her family them died poor, died starving. There ain't nothing. There is nothing that they have left unaddressed in how it means that they will continue to thrive at your expense. Let me just tell you something. That scene, because I've been teaching this damn Matrix workshop that's been perpetually blowing my mind. Every time I think I done got it all solved, a whole 16 level deep dive further into the depths of this madness. Because I told you the Matrix was a ritual. Literally, not figuratively. The movie, The Matrix, that was released in Los Angeles on the spring equinox of 1999 was an actual in-your-face ritual baptism into what they knew was going to be our entry into a century baptized in bloodshed. I'm telling you, the way the movie came on, if anybody has ever been to any kind of cultural religious ceremony, for me it was Ifa. When you see the 1, 2, 3, 4 steps of the execution, of the introduction, the execution, and the conclusion of a ritual ceremony, not just cultural, hell, in England with the nobility, the execution of ritual and ceremony. I rewatched this goddamn movie just in preparation for the workshop I was teaching about it. I watched that movie a million times. I went to the movies 3 times to see it when it came out at the movies. And child, in the last, because I started teaching the workshop in December. I was like, oh my God, as many times as I've seen this movie, as long as I was a devotee of Ifa, and I never saw that this movie was actually a ritual from beginning to the very last movie, shitty as it was, that came out. It was a ritual. And I'm not saying metaphorical. I'm saying, what the fuck? Like, so anyway, what got me on that, talking about these institutions, these corporations, these billionaires, these monstrous motherfuckers that stay playing in our face. The scene in The Matrix where Neo wakes up in a mechanized uterus, and instead of there being, quote, one umbilical cord like the one that connects you to your mama, there's umbilical cords in his belly button, all up his arms, in the back of his skull, all down his back and shit. Wasn't there umbilical cords, ports everywhere? I was like, it never occurred to me why they got so many umbilical cords on these people. Why they got 30 ports on these people's bodies? Because everybody need their piece. Everybody need to get their cut in the extraction of his very goddamn life force. Every ounce of energy he can generate to literally leave him just alive enough to continue to produce. That's it. Just quote healthy enough, just quote alive enough to ensure that everybody gets their piece. Oh. Every port represented every corporation. Every port represented every quote first world country. Every king, every monarch, every noble, everybody got to get they cut. Oh fuck. Switching gears again, because I gotta wrap this up. We've been talking for a long time, actually since the winter solstice. We've been talking a very, very long time about our great grandmother Crone, the beautiful, wonderful, magnanimous beauty in the heavens, our great grandmother Crone, the planet Saturn, and how she has been offended. She has been portrayed and betrayed. How we have participated blindly because we didn't know in the bastardization of just the more you see it, the more you can only be. There is no way to express how deeply and profound the aggression against the mother has been. Yes, we can see the aggression against the mother as violence against women, as violence against children, as violence against animals, as violence against the earth. But once you get into the symbolism that is perpetually fed to you to concretize the necessity of your participation in the aggressions against your mother, yo, I have been up in here in a way, ever since I made the declaration on December 21st at that winter solstice little hangout with my friends, that I was going to spend an adequate amount of time sitting with the planet Saturn and what was to come, which is this month, and what was to come, which started on January 29th with Neptune's little slow entry into Aries at 0 degrees, that it will soon be followed because Saturn will be creeping into Aries at 0 degrees next week, actually this Saturday. And then 3 days after that, for the first time in 6,500 years, Neptune and Saturn will go conjunct in Aries at 0 degrees. And every story, I'm telling you, the police is everywhere. I've been crack watching all of my favorite astrologers and even some new ones. And I've been mad. Like, why are they saying that? Why they keep saying that same dumbass shit over and over again? This woe is me. oh my God, the world is falling apart. This has never happened. The last time this happened, this war happened, and that war happened, and this thing happened, and that thing happened, and it is over. That's the general consensus. The Chinese New Year happens on the same day as the solar eclipse. The solar eclipse in Leo, the let me put it this way: the Leo solar eclipse that is happening in the sign of Aquarius, right? This solar eclipse, which is a new moon, is the new moon that indicates that it is the Chinese New Year, which is for the first time since the year 1966, the fire horse lunar new year. I heard took notes, this long diatribe from this Chinese astrologer who says that this fire horse lunar new year is what is the beginning of what the Chinese have always called the years of the Great Red Calamity. I said, what the fuck? I said, oh shit. The Great Red Calamity, because this lunar new year that happened 60 years ago, every time there is a fire horse lunar new year, the very next year is a quote blood goat new year. So these 2 years of the two reds, right? The red fiery horse and the red bloody goat, they call it the years of the great calamity. That's what they call it. So I sat here and crack watched this thing by this Asian dude talking about the great calamity, right? I watched so many astrology breakdowns on the historical significance of what is coming down the pike this month. Didn't start this month. I've been talking to y'all for a long time. It started in January of 2020. This cadence of once in several millennial, several generations, several thousand years events, back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Why? Because we are alive in a moment where we, as the planet Earth, have circumnavigated the entire Milky Way galaxy. And so we are now seeing, for the first time in 25,000 years, right? 25,000 years, a part of the universe, a part of the galaxy that we have never witnessed. Because the last time anybody laid eyes upon this period in human history, which means this part of the Milky Way galaxy that is our own, right, was 25,000 years ago. So we're in both a time and space that is completely unfamiliar to us, though it looks the same, because the whole galaxy is a wheel spinning on itself like a magical number 8. Like an infinity symbol, right? And so that's why all of these once in a millennia. Last year, there were so many events in last year. Last year, all 5 of the outer planets all shifted in the same year. It's never happened. In all of recollection, period, it's never happened where all 5 outer planets are either in fire or air signs. It's like, look, everything we do about to pop. Everything we do about to happen quick. Everything is going to be potentially combustible. Is it going to be combustible? Because combustibility does not necessarily mean bad. Is it going to be combustible in your favor, or is it going to be combustible in somebody else's favor who is made sure that they are more organized and hip to the game than you are? This is it. This is the seesaw that we are on. Are we going to make the declaration that never again will the earth look like it does today? And that now we have all of these other factors that we can see clearly that our adversary is using against us. Now we can tap in to take possession, not only of power the way we have been made to see it as just political office here and there or whatever. No, that we can stage a goddamn cosmically supported contest with the adversary. You understand? And so I'm not going to be preaching from the mountaintops no more. today, this weekend, all this bullshit that happened in the city with this seemingly random person that it just poof from out of nowhere with a whole 900-page platform about what she intends to do when she becomes mayor, and then this white guy who is literally dog whistling to all the sleeper cells here in the city. I say, boy, y'all all play too much and y'all all got it wrong. Nothing you're saying is exciting. Nothing you are saying is invigorating. Nothing you are saying, it's all boring, and it's boring. It's boring, and it's being boring to the beat of a dead ass drum. That's what it is. All of this shit is boring. It's boring. This is what we intend to do about the homelessness crisis. How about you ask the people who currently don't have no place to live how you would like them to how they would like you to redistribute the fucking money they pay into this city. I don't care. And I've got to find these statistics. I got to find a way to find these statistics because don't nobody do these statistics. There is no such thing as a homeless person. Thank you for becoming a paid member as an Oshun member, Holistic Harmony 1111. That's what I'm talking about. Make sure you are a paid member, a paid subscriber of Daughter of the Fates. Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as the poor. There's no such thing as the homeless. The only thing that exists is the robbed. And once you can accept that, now it gives you some inclination about where you need to be looking to get your shit back. That's it. That's all I see. Every time I see a homeless person and they're alive, I'm like, how do we get their shit back? How do we get them their shit back? That's all I'm interested in. When you have statistics that in this city, where they're currently saying there's only 43,000 homeless people, which I'm telling you is an outright lie. But just for the sake of argument, when I was managing the women's campaign in 2022, and they talking about the statistics then was that 54% of people who were street homeless currently had jobs. They was working. 54% of the people living on these street in tents had jobs, was either working part-time or full-time. Not only did they have jobs, even for those who do not work a day, guess what? The sales tax in the city of Los Angeles is 10.5% on everything you buy. Listen, I still got an attitude. Every time I buy anything, I'm like, why it cost so much? Oh, $20 in tax. The fuck? 10.5% sales tax on everything in this city. So you got, for the sake of argument, 43,000 people homeless in this city. Do you presuppose that because they homeless, they ain't buying shit? They buying the same thing you need. Deodorant, soap, towels, clothes, shoes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they sure are. Food, snacks, alcohol. They deserve it too. I drink. Ain't nobody calling me ugly names because I drink. Ain't nobody telling me that somehow I deserve to be on the street because I drink alcohol or smoke a joint. So I reject that. That bullshit that dude who's running said about how people can't access access housing services unless they go through a quote rehab program. The insidiousness of a statement like that. The presumptuousness of a statement like that. Meanwhile, everybody, whether they have a roof or not, pays 10.5% sales tax on everything they buy in this city. Yet those who do not have a roof, I'm gonna tell you, I know the state. Because this was a huge part of the campaign with the organization I worked with in St. Petersburg. The main complaint about the education crisis in St. Petersburg when I was there, that this program took on, the crisis of education, the crisis and health disparities, and particularly Black communities, the heavy-handed policing, all of this shit had to be maintained. It had to be maintained. Why? Because every city in this country gets a certain amount of funding for the resolution of blight that is based on the current statistics that exist in this city that qualify as the evidence of blight. There's no incentive to solve homelessness in this city. Where this motherfucker get up on here talking about we successfully housed 1,447 people in the 4 years that I've been in office. Isn't that exciting? I said, did she say that number right? Surely she left a digit out that number. 1,447 people permanently housed in the 4 years your ass been in office collecting $384,000 goddamn salary. Excuse me. Ooh, I was so outraged. But I'm gonna tell you, man, don't let these people play in your face. There is no incentive to resolve homelessness in the city. As a matter of fact, there is more of an incentive to deepen the suffering of people, because she put out this whole 43,000 people homeless in the city of Los Angeles. She put out this whole we house 1,400 people in 4 years. But at the end of the day, those numbers, which are deliberately kept separate from the fact that they still estimate that there is 15 to 20,000 people in this city right now today who have not been able to go back home since they shit burned to the ground. 70,000 houses burned to the ground in this goddamn city. This is not even including the homes that burnt down in Altadena, which is not considered a part of LA. 70,000 buildings and homes burnt to the ground. And to this day, a whole year later, 12 houses have been rebuilt. So them homelessness numbers and this self-congratulatory, we permanently house 1,400 people, when people who had houses last year and they houses burnt to the ground, they are still couch surfing and sleeping in goddamn hotel rooms in this motherfucking city. Them numbers are not included in the 43,000 homeless people, and we successfully housed 1,400. Those people aren't included. When you go back to the increase of homelessness that was specifically tied to the economic crisis of COVID, that first year in LA City, not the county, just the city, in the first 6 months of COVID, there was a 17% increase in homelessness. Did y'all resolve that homelessness before saying, okay, this is our starting point? This is where we was before COVID. So we got to solve that immediately, because that's the crisis. These people had houses and jobs before COVID. So, okay, what we got to do is we got to solve that right this second. Okay. And the way that we know we have met our benchmarks is that our pre-COVID homeless numbers, now we have a clear vision of how we're going to address the more systemic causes of homelessness that were evidentiary through our pre-COVID numbers. Did they do that? No, because it doesn't benefit them to do that. Oh, but damn, we got all these new homeless people that we can now put forward to the federal government as our new numbers that justify our increased need to resolve homelessness. This happens in a lot of ways, but the primary way, at least when this was a main issue for us organizing in Florida, was CBDG funds. Community Development Block Grant Funds are specifically based. How much money your city get to resolve blight through CBDG funds is specifically based on your statistics presented every year. And those statistics will guarantee you a certain amount of money that is supposed to, quote, help to resolve the blight that those statistics were based on. Well, is there an incentive to solve the blight if you're going to get millions and millions and millions of dollars based on the statistics of the previous year that you've seen? Because this city has literally more than enough to solve the problem of homelessness in 6 months. And I'm not being an idealist. I'm telling you what I see. I'm telling you that as they erect, there's a building right now that they talking about what the fuck we gonna do with this building. Because we done gave this dude however many billions of dollars to erect this building that they call it Graffiti Tower. Google it when you get up off here. They have nicknamed it Graffiti Tower. I think it was $2 billion to construct this building, to erect this building that has never been used. Because the dude, quote, ran out of money. He ain't run out of no money. He got money from the city. He got money from the city to help him erect this monstrosity off the promise that it was going to do so much for tourism in this area. It's in a really highly touristy area. So it's a blight, because you're talking about a multi-billion-dollar building. It's so huge. When y'all Google this joint, y'all gonna be like, nope, it's never functioned as anything but a tower that in people's rage, they were scaling the whole thing to just to tag the whole thing. It's massive. It's so massive. It's like there aren't a whole lot of like skyscrapers in Los Angeles. Like you think about like massive skyscrapers like in New York or in Tokyo, or like just massive beyond imagination. This thing is that. It's so big. It's like, it looks like the Twin Towers. It's two big ass buildings. And I'm telling you, from the ceiling to the ground level, the whole thing is tagged. People were so mad. How the hell are you going to fund, as the city, participate in the funding of the erection of this monstrosity? This dude run out of money, so construction stops. The building is built. It ain't like it's just a structure. Windows, closed, security. The building is a building. It ain't generated no money. Ain't had a functioning office space. It's just been sitting there all these years. What was it? 5 years ago? 6 years ago? Some shit. And people were outraged. Billions of dollars went into erecting this bullshit that doesn't house a single person. Doesn't have a single business functioning out of it. It's just going to sit there. It's just going to sit there. So the money exists. The resources exist. The land exists. I'm telling you, you ain't going to convince me otherwise. And I might not be an architect. I might not be no banker. But for a city, I read one report today that said in the year 2023, the city of Los Angeles, not the county, the city alone, generated like $1.3 trillion. The city. Trillion with a T, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how shabby this state look. And this state looks shabby. It is deliberate. There is not a city you can go in. And I'm telling you, just in a few years. This city did not look this way when I moved here 8 years ago. Yes, there was homelessness. Yes, there were areas where it was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? This shit is fucked up. For it to just be everywhere. There's no place where it ain't. Homeless upon homeless upon homeless. Everywhere. Every square inch of the city. You understand? Every square inch. It ain't just the city. I remember my homeboy took me up to Oakland and to San Francisco. He wanted me to meet this organization that does some really dope work around the question of homelessness. Dope work. The city attacked the program that they were initiating. You know why? There's no incentive to solve homelessness nowhere in this country. As a matter of fact, they love to see They welcome crises. They welcome natural disasters. How can we exploit this to get to take more of these people's homes, get more of these people on these streets? I'm trying to tell you, it's that wicked. We went up there, and these young people, man, under the direction of this architect, man, what they built, it was really radical. It was really, I was like, I saw what they built. These was babies. These were babies. It ain't to like make young people seem like infantile, but I'm saying I'm 50. These young people were between the ages of 18 and 24. The dude who designed the project, he was a little older than I am, an architect. They took listen, there's a place in Oakland. Yeah, it's in Oakland. Or maybe it's in San Francisco. I mean, they're right across the bridge, but maybe it was in San Francisco. But there's this freeway overpass. It's enormous. It's crazy, insane. It's like 6 or 7 freeways just kind of like overlapping. And it is the most densely populated area where the homeless post up. And it's been that way for so long. When the dude was driving me through the place, he was like, "Man, there's areas of this underpass, this overpass, where where everybody knows that's where the old heads live. That's where the old heads live." I said, "What you mean old heads? Just old people?" He was like, "Old people, and sometimes it's just people who've been living there for a long time." I said, "What you mean a long time?" He said, "There are some people who have had their stuff posted up over there, whether it's people will live in their cars, people will live in RVs, people will like build actual structures." He's like, "There's some people that have lived there as little as 10 years, and there are people that have lived there almost 30 years. I said, "What?" Under an overpass for 10 to 30 years, right? And he was like, "It's so hard to access resources in this city." And so people just know that this is a place that there's pretty much an understanding that everybody who lives here got. And so he said, even though it looks really bad, there's not a lot of crime down here. People don't really fuck with other people down here. It's relatively safe. Unlike a lot of places where you might be homeless by yourself or like under a bridge or whatever, you're really vulnerable. He said, you don't hear about a lot of crimes against women up under here. And there were so many people that lived up under this overpass, y'all. I swear, easily 100. Easily 100. Easily 100. My mind was blown. And so he drives me, we go, it's deep. It's been there, it's been like that for forever. And so we driving through trash and abandoned cars and all of this shit. And then we just get to this point where it just opens up, and the opening up is huge and clean, crispy clean. And there's a big ass community garden that's flourishing. And there are all of these extraordinarily beautiful stucco style tiny homes up under this overpass. What was it? Like five or six structures that this architect built. They said that they built that whole thing out of stuff that was just up under the overpass. The only thing they sourced out for was the binding component for the stucco. They used the dirt from under the overpass to make the stucco. The only thing they sourced out for was the binding agent for the stucco, and also some of the windows. They said, we found a lot of glass out here that we could use, but some of these structures we had to actually go and buy some windows. It wasn't for people to live in, right? It was for the people who lived up under the overpass to make use of. So one of the little tiny homes was a full kitchen. A full kitchen. 2 refrigerators, a deep freezer. They used rainwater harvesting, and it wasn't rainwater. Was it rainwater harvesting? They had a big old tank. They would fill the tank. They would go out, like volunteers would go out and fill the tank so they had access to water. It wasn't rainwater harvesting. They used rainwater harvesting gear, the big giant external tank on top, and they would go and get people to volunteer water, so that they constantly had water coming in to this kitchen where they could cook. So anybody who lived up under here had access to all the buildings. They had the bathroom. They had a whole structure just for the bathroom. A shower, a toilet bowl, a face bowl. Gorgeous. What you call it? Mosaic tile floors. They had a room. They had a whole one built up that was just for the volunteers that would come to provide medical services. They had all these people on deck certain days of the week. Nurses, RNs, doctors to take do blood pressure checks, blood sugar checks. They had a whole little structure built, a little tiny home, stucco, cute, beautiful stucco home just for medical and health services. They had another one. I forget what the other one was for. Then on the other side of where the tiny homes were, they had this whole little setup with like chairs. It was bound with like a stucco rim. It had a big giant area set up for big screens. So they would raise the money. So that bullshit y'all love to watch. Like the Super Bowl and shit. So if something like that was happening, they would pay to have the Super Bowl play on the big screen that they put out there for the people who live up under the goddamn overpass. They had a whole beautiful, like traditional native style outdoor. So they had the indoor kitchen with your actual regular stove and all of that stuff. They had an outdoor cooking area that had like a big old, the big fire pits where you can bake bread and bake pizza outside. They had a whole stucco bound like grilling setup so you could grill barbecue if y'all wanted to come. The whole little community garden. So they would haul in organic soil because, there's a lot of pollution out there. So they didn't use what was there. They built a raised bed full of organic soil and put all of these vegetables and root vegetables and herbs. And do you know the city came down on them like a lead bomb? Like a lead bomb. Yes, they did. Trying to shut it down, trying to criminalize it. It's against code. Bitch, these people been living up under the goddamn overpass for 30 years and you ain't blinked a second eye. They say it was so well organized there, the cops didn't even come through there. And as soon as they start showing up the city shame, now they become public enemy number one, and it's a crisis because they done built this shit down there under the overpass where these people had really, quite literally been excised out of the city, forgotten. So, thanks. Somebody was saying they liked the picture for the thumbnail for the video. So I know what I'm up against. As a matter of fact, before I moved out here, I remember hearing a story about some white guy, I think he was an architect too, who had started on his own with his own money, like on some renegade shit. You know what I'm saying? He started creating little mini houses, like what do you call them? Like mini homes. Just like if there's an overpass where there's 30 people, because you will see that an overpass in the city, just a basic street. And there'll be 30 people sleeping under the overpass just trying to shield themselves from the elements. And he's like, well, fuck that. If they up here every day anyway, and they think everything they own is under the overpass, fuck it, I'll build a tiny home. And so he would just like, boom, 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 all renegade like, and in a day or two, he done erected a tiny home on the street. Like good quality, dope, tiny home on the street, right? And when the city found out who was doing it, because the news was talking about, dang, all these little cute tiny homes popping up all over the city. This is really cool. Like people, can just lay claim to them or whatever. And the city was like, we can't have that. And then they found out who did it, and it was like, we giving you a week. You better tear this shit down. Then the city went and tried to reproduce. Don't this sound familiar? Went and tried to reproduce what he had did, but the shit looks like a prison yard. These little tiny homes that are under 24-hour surveillance. They literally are behind these giant gates with goddamn razor wire on the top. And people are saying, like, yeah, we want to be housed, but like this shit is fucked up. The people who were being told that this is where you can go, you can get your own little tiny home, and this and that. And then they go in that shit and they was like, this shit feels worse than jail. I'll be outside in the elements. I don't want to be up in here. You got off-duty cops. You got cop-like people. I've seen one up close. One of these quotes. See, look at this city building tiny homes for the people. Like they just came up with the shit. You understand? And this shit is nothing short of violence. That's what it is. I don't care. It's violence is what it is. These white tin can. First of all, why they all white, bitch? We live in LA. It's 1,000 degrees. Why they white? Why ain't they got no child? See, y'all saying again, I ain't got no sound up on here on my IG. But my other IG is fine. It might just be my Daughter of the Fate IG with that bullshit. Well, it might be the police. I told y'all. I'm telling y'all, this shit about to get real out here. We're gonna have to have a real renegade campaign. I see you, Letitia, but I can't see why. Yeah, my volume is up. Yeah, everything is up. I can't see why. It happened earlier too, where just one person couldn't hear on my Daughter of the Fates channel. But anyway, all of that to say, man, there ain't a problem we can't solve. Not only is there not a problem we can't solve, there is not a problem where the resources don't right now exist to resolve it and resolve it well, not sloppily, not half-assedly, not on some, let's just put them in some tuna cans out of sight and out of mind and say, look at what we did after we done bit somebody else's idea, but couldn't afford for nobody to show us up, to show up our shame. Well, I'm always telling y'all about, let me see if I have the book, about how I'm always reading these good news stories. Damn, where's it at? I'm always reading about these good news stories coming out from around the world about people, young people in particular. Here it is. Young people in particular with way less in terms of access to resources than we have here, who out here changing the game, who out here solving the problems, who out here like say, I got this and let's put it together and see if we can make it work. And so I'm not trying to hear no campaigns of doom and despair and, oh my God, what are we going to do? I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm not trying to participate in that shit. I'm not even trying to kind of like go back and forth. I'm trying to figure out now what my debate style is going to be, because they're going to have us debating or whatever. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit y'all talking about. I can see clearly where the solutions are. And once you see clearly what the solutions are, it means now you have to acknowledge what the obstacles to those conclusions have been. You hear what I just said? Once you recognize what the solutions are clearly, uncomplicated, the next thing you have to do is identify the obstacles to creating those solutions, to engaging in actively developing those solutions. Somebody is in your way. That's the only thing. It's the only excuse. It's the only reason. Somebody is in the way of progress. Somebody is deliberately in the way of solutions. Somebody is strategically in the way. Somebody strategically has economic interests in blocking solutions. Somebody, many somebodies, just like the many ports on Neo's body. Everybody need a piece. Somebody is perpetually in the way of progress. Somebody is perpetually in the way of dynamic, energetic, thoughtful. Hell, I was literally saying today to a friend, it's like, I don't know why we act confused about who in the way, because every crisis we done had over the last period, it was like we didn't need nobody to teach us. I just remember, I don't get caught up on the doom and gloom. There was a lot during COVID, but I just remember thinking like, damn, we can really do this shit during COVID. During COVID, all I kept seeing was, regardless of like the scariness of it and how they were really trying to terrorize us with the media and all of this stuff, it was like everything that came through was just like people falling in line, people showing up, people helping other people, people having drive-by birthday parties, because you can't, what do they call it? Whatever they called it, stationing in place or whatever. But your people them, the baby got a birthday party. And it happened at our house. I was living with my homie and her, I think it was her youngest son, his birthday. And baby, there must have been 50 cars decorated, decked to the T. Decorated, people hanging out the window. It's your birthday. Slow riding parade through our neighborhood for Stevie's birthday. You know what I'm saying? People jump out the car and leave a birthday package on the porch. You feel me? And run back to the car. It's your birthday. Music playing. People solve the problems, and not in a boring way, in an upbeat, uplifting, energetic way. I know you don't have nobody in your apartment over there, and you are over there by yourself. You know what? I got family over here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit on my balcony and pull out my cello and make sure that you see that I'm playing directly to you. Because even though I don't know you, I see you, and you ain't alone in this motherfucker right here. Let me pull my cello out and play on my balcony just for you. And the little old man come out on his balcony and he crying and shit because this dude who do not even know him, but who done seen him enough, know he up in there by himself and he playing the cello just for him. And people in the apartments around them is like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Look at what this man doing for this little old man he don't know. Story, man, scores of thousands, millions of stories coming out like that about human beings not needing to be taught in a classroom. When crisis hits, know exactly how to show up for other human beings. We've seen it over and over and over again. In this city, if it had not been for the humanity that exists in human beings in the city, this shit would have went to shit. Because when this fire started in this city, government was nowhere to be found. I'm telling you, it took that girl 3 days to do a press release about the fires that have been raging for 3 days. That's all everybody talked about. Is like, where the goddamn government that we pay all these taxes for? Where they at? Where the firemen at? Where the goddamn police at? Ain't nobody directing traffic while people trying to escape actual fires that are literally coming towards their car on the goddamn road. Where the people at that we pay to do this shit in crisis? I'm telling you, if it had not been for the literal scores of thousands, businesses, individuals coming immediately, day one, foot on the ground, day one, coming to task. What you need? What do people need? How can we corral the resources that people are going to need? It was not the city government. It was not. It was not. It was not. It was regular, everyday people who are constantly being told that if the shit hits the fan, it's going to be every man for himself. That's some bullshit. That's some your favorite dystopian zombie movie about how all the men just going to come and kill everybody and take everything. That's some bullshit. That's a lie straight out of hell. That's a lie. I experienced 3 crisis level events in the city. 2 fires. 1 massive one the first year I got here. I ain't never seen no shit like it. That shit looked apocalyptic. Yo, I ain't never seen no shit like that. That first fire when I got here, and LA was still in the height of its drought. We were on the beach when it happened in the middle of the day, and the whole sky turned pitch black. Like the black was literally encroaching on the beach. It was like the sky was black and it was just like closing in on the beach where we were. I never saw no shit like that. When you could actually see the fire coming down the mountain across the highway from the beach, the shit literally looked like lava, just slow moving down the goddamn mountain, just gobbling up everything inside. It was child extraordinary. I done lived through 3 major crises in this city, in or around this city. And every single time, it was exactly the same. Without missing a beat, without missing a single second. Citizens of this city, show the fuck up. Regular, everyday people in this city, come together, instantly. Like they knee-jerk response. Their default is, if I'm safe, let me make sure everybody around me is safe too. What you need, where we need to go, what we need to get, what we need to do. You need to come stay at my house. Default. I wish there was more footage of what happened that first week of those fires last year. Because I don't care what nobody says. I don't believe in us. I am certain of our humanity. I am certain. I can be certain because I have seen over and over and over again our the evidence of our humanity. Even some other catastrophes. Katrina, I was in the party when Katrina happened. And I saw with my own eyes, man, how regular, everyday people from all over this motherfucking country were trying to come to rescue, come to support, come to care for these Black people who had been held captive in that city. It was what you call them? It was the National Guard that prevented Black people from leaving, and literally what you call it, on the bridges, on all of the entryways into the city at gunpoint, preventing buses. We had 3 buses organized to drive from Florida, to drive from St. Petersburg, Florida, to New Orleans. And we get there, and there are innumerable buses. People were renting buses filled with goods and supplies, filled with goods and supplies. Regular, everyday people, every race, every background, every ethnicity. Their default was, this is a crisis of grand proportion. The fucking government is moving too goddamn slow. How can we organize these resources and get our ass down there to where them people at? I'm telling y'all, man, I ain't never seen this shit like that. Hundreds and goddamn thousands of people on buses having the same idea. Let's just load a bus full of supplies, water, this and that, and to be held at the city limits, saying y'all ass can't go in there. We ain't letting nobody go in there. It wasn't just us. I don't know if y'all remember, but Mexico was like, we need to go help these black people. Y'all don't remember that, do you? Not only the Mexicans saying we need to go help these black people. It wasn't just the Mexicans. Cuba was like, we got resources. Cuba poor. Cuba was like, we gotta go help these black people. Not just Cuba, Venezuela was like, we got the resources. We gotta go help these black people. Prevented from coming in through the airports. Prevented from driving in. Prevented from entering country. That sounds familiar because just last year when the floods happened in Texas and these Mexicans was like, we got to go help these people. We got to go help these babies. We got to go help these people. And it was your government that forbade them from coming and being of assistance, even as they dragging their goddamn feet to help babies. But you certain that the government got your best interest at heart. See, let me tell you something. The God has gave me the memory that I have for a reason. Because I'm always gonna shame these motherfuckers. I don't forget shit. I might be forgetting little words these days because my brain. You understand? But what matters, I do not forget. I'll never forget. When I tell you that was the moment, and I was a young activist. I had only been in the movement a couple of years. But that shit that we witnessed with Katrina, and how there was no excuse. There was no excuse for one person dying. Because I'm telling you, as soon as the threat of the hurricane was over, people went to task everywhere in this fucking country. And it was this government that denied those people access. The government killed them people in the dome. The government killed them people in the city. The government killed them people. The government killed them people. Because I was one of thousands of human beings in this country whose default was, how much can we raise? What can we get? We used our 501c3. I worked for a nonprofit. We used our 501c3 to go to every single goddamn grocery store in St. Petersburg. What can you give? What can you donate? We were getting truckloads of water, milk, goods, supplies, cereal in days, bitch. Days. The buses that we rented, baby, they were donated. If the government would have let the people in who raised these resources and coming in by the boatloads, if they would have let them in, there wouldn't have been a loss of life. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you what happened. I'm trying to tell you what I remember seeing with my own eyes. People dying of thirst surrounded by water. Y'all ain't heard me. People were dying of thirst surrounded by water. So I'm telling you, y'all do not get it twisted what I am out here trying to do. And I'm going to tell you this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to rage. I'm going to rage a campaign with the intention to win. But make no mistake, I know the state and I know what I am up against. So if I do not win, quote, the mayor's seat, we will win. My goals are going to be met regardless. My goals, my objectives will be accomplished regardless of if you calling me mayor or you not calling me mayor. No, I'm trying to tell you, this is the moment. Nothing will be the same if we rage this, and I said rage, not wage. If we rage this campaign the way I see it unfolding in my mind's eye. That is every last one of you that I have talked to, every last one of you that I have met over the years, everyone that has participated in a workshop. That's shit to take. And it's our shit to take because we have to demonstrate to others that we have everything that we need. We have everything that we need. We have every ounce of information that we need. We have, and if we don't have it, we have access to it right here. We have everything that we need to change the world radically and rapidly. We have to have the courage to fucking hold power. That's what's been missing. Is we don't mind getting out in the street and yelling and demonstrating, but we are really afraid to hold power. We are afraid of what it means. That's been deliberate. That's why they always want to see. That's why they always want to read and act stories of your leaders and how they was martyrs and how your leaders always die when they get too close to power. That's deliberate, baby. That's a plan. They put your people and them on display to get out of your head the idea of even coming close to approaching power. We have to have the courage in this moment to fucking hold power, bitch. That's what we have to do. Not just hold it on the terms that we set, wield that power on the terms that we set that will always benefit us at no one else's expense. See what I'm saying? That's what this is about. It is to teach us what it looks like, what it feels like, and what it must mean to possess power. That's it. And so, no, I will not be out here fucking performing no pomp and circumstance to pacify and make comfortable those who stand to lose something if this bitch right here win. Because yes, you do. And that's the I might be putting too much out there, but that's the other thing. This dichotomization has been real helpful and comfortable for a certain sector of this city who are perpetually able to exploit, to use, to steal from, to rob, to mistreat, to harm, because somehow the entertainment industry is separate and above, quote, the law, above, quote, being held accountable to and by the systems of government that everybody else is expected to be held accountable to. And y'all can't understand why at perplexed every time you hear some story about an Epstein and his homies, or a Weinstein and his homies, or any other number of males in particular, but not exclusively, who would abuse power, who would abuse this instrument, Hollywood, that has been erected in a way that has perpetually protected them. Because I told you, I couldn't believe how many, even some black ones, how many famous people have just walked away from car accidents where they killed somebody, never saw a day in jail. Baby, everybody getting put the fuck on blast. That's what the age, this is the revelations that we talking about, ain't it? Ain't that what we've been talking about since since 2020? Huh? Is the mother coming out with her metaphorical machete, kicking in every door, making scene all those crimes that have been unseen, so that everybody can be judged, bitch. Everybody is up to be put on display in this day, and I welcome it. I'm here for it all. I'm here for it all. And I tell you what, I'm so convicted, man, that if it's me, I say, bring it the fuck on. Let me see my shit too. Let me see my shit too. Let me see my shit too. Because I don't give a fuck, man. I don't have any stakes in the way the world is. I don't have any stakes in maintaining the world the way that it is. I ain't got no stakes. Zero stakes in a world where suffering is not only allowed to exist, but orchestrated. I ain't with it. I ain't with it. I ain't with it. And so, we We gotta sharpen our metaphorical blades, bitches. We gotta get our drums out. Make sure the head tight. We have a contest stage in this bitch, and everything in the universe is on our side. We have to get used to what power feels like in our body. We got to get used to what it feels like to be actively engaged in daily acts of courage. Daily acts of courage. Y'all know that little shitty ass saying, practice daily acts of kindness. Who has been more kind than the suffering? God damn it. That about a bitch. Who has been? You see the stories over and over and over again. You'll see homeless people, and you'll see little, people who always. First of all, y'all people who do this shit be really making me sick. Okay, you'll be really making me sick. But you see these little videos with these little assholes be pretending like they homeless, and then they go up to a homeless person and ask them for some money or something, to see how nice the homeless person would be. I really hate that shit. I think it's really disgusting. It's really repugnant as fuck. Okay, how y'all be just for clout and for like clicks and shit. How y'all will literally just be showing up the suffering of the homeless. Y'all is fucked up. That's some real crazy shit that be going on in your head. I digress though. But every time you see one of these videos, you get all of these disgusting, terrible, reviling looks from people who got some shit. But as soon as some person who's in need goes to another person in need, guess what? Almost 100% of the time, the person in need is going to give the other person in need something that they need, even if it's the last of what they have. If it's a coat, if it's some shoes, every time. Who is more kind than the suffering? Who is more kind than the poor? So I don't want to hear no shit about practicing daily acts of kindness. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. That is not what's going to heal the world. I'm sorry. That's not what's going to heal the world. What's going to heal the world is daily acts of courage. And what courage looks like is to do for you and your fellow human what your government that you have given power to refuses to do. Not only because it's the right thing, but to always show his ass up. We have to be showing this motherfucker's ass up all the time, every day. Every day. We can't be out here letting this motherfucker terrorize us into submission. I can't believe they're breaking the Constitution. Shut up with that shit. That's not what we talking about. That's not what we talking about. You practice days. You know how you practice daily acts of courage? It's simple, really. I mean, there's multiple ways. But every act that you are engaged in, because see, one of the things that I've been really struggling with is like this idea of dual and contending power, which I always learned as an organizer, as a socialist. And I kept saying, okay, I get it, right? Dual and contending power. But we have also seen the impact of campaigns of dual and contending power in the past. For example, like I was just telling y'all, the dudes, they build these little tiny homes, and then the city actively and aggressively tries to get them torn down, and then turn around a couple of years later and look at this project of tiny homes that we're going to build because we care about the homeless so much, right? That ain't nothing new, because the Black Panther Party, that's what we know. That's what we learned about the Black Panther Party. Because every single solitary program they put on the ground, these motherfuckers went right behind it after killing everybody the fuck up, went right behind them and snatched every single program, knowing that in a single generation, these young people wouldn't even know that it was a Black Panther Party responsible for why they have breakfast in the morning and lunch in the afternoon. So at least they gonna get 2 good meals during the day, and that came from the struggles being waged by teenagers and young adults. Black Panther Party, or the sickle cell anemia testing, the healing buses, or the auricular therapy in New York, curing people, completely getting people clean off substance abuse And it's a white boy who ran the hospital that goes down in history as the creator of the program, not the Brown Berets and the Black Panther Party. No, this white boy who said, yeah, y'all can use the basement to do your little program. And then after the pigs killed them all up, the white boy becomes the face of this dynamic program created by people who had an actual interest in ensuring that they people were clean off these drugs when methadone was not doing the trick. See what I'm saying? So they got a long history of watching how we do some things, destroy it, wipe it out of the collective conscious memory, and then turn around and say, look at this wonderful thing that we're doing for the poor people that we just care about so much. So the whole idea of dual and contending power, I've been really sitting with. It. Because is it dual and contending power? Because I'll be telling y'all that all the time. We need institutions of dual and contending power. But I'm not sure that I accept that anymore. What I'm thinking, I have to work it out. I'm just talking out loud so I don't forget. But what I've been thinking is like, yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about that because that was my thing. Dual and contending power. As a matter of fact, one of the things I want to talk to y'all about eventually is this year. As a matter of fact, this month is oh my God. This month is the 10-year. I can't believe I'm even saying this shit out loud. This month is the 10-year anniversary of of when, I ain't gonna say his name, but when the brother pitched the idea to me that we needed to create a Black Power Awards. And we started in February of 2016, just a month after Donald J. Trump announced that he would be running for president of the United States. And we spent 10 long months, exciting months, tiring, but exciting, man. It was like being a cheerleader every day of the week. It was exciting. It was really the most exciting piece of work I've ever participated in, building the Black Power Awards in 2016. It was just all the things. It was everything that in my mind I imagined what real political life should look like. Not laborious, not we know it's the right thing to do, but damn, is we really gonna win? No, it was not like that, man. That shit was so sexy. It was sexy organizing that event. It was exciting organizing that event. It was like every time we got done with a 3-hour phone conference, we was like, we really about to do this shit. This shit really about to change everything. It was exciting. Oh, it was exciting. God damn, man. That shit was this month, 10 years ago. We did that shit. You understand? We did that shit. 22 women and 2 men did that shit. 823 beautiful Black people in the same building for 12 hours without incident. All love, all glam. Yeah, please. That shit was awesome. It was awesome. I've been thinking about the Black Power Awards a lot lately because it's got to inform how I teach people how to organize under my leadership, because they ain't seen that here. See, y'all back in Florida, in Georgia, in Alabama, in Mississippi, in Texas, you feel, in South Carolina, y'all know what it means to learn how to be an organizer under my leadership. Now, I got a reputation. I do. But I'm not a roughneck. I just know what I know. I have every terrible event, I've done that too. Trial by fire type of shit. I'm a good ass organizer because every mistake you can make as an organizer, I done already made that mistake and learned from it and what not to do in the future. That's how I became an awesome ass organizer that people were calling me from other states to come and organize their shit. I was in Alabama. I was in South Carolina at the time when this woman called me from Oakland. Can you help me organize my shit? I saw what you did at the Black Power Awards. I came out there for the Black Power Awards. I need you to help me with this thing in Oakland. So I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know what the fuck I'm doing. And I ain't announced my shit but a few days ago, and I already got motherfuckers in my ear trying to tell me what I need to do. I don't need that shit from y'all. I know what the fuck I'm doing. What I need is your confidence, your cocking, and your courage to execute the vision. That's all I need. Feel me? I know some of y'all gonna hate it, but if I was a black man with a penis saying exactly what I'm saying now, it would be a non-issue. It wouldn't even occur to you to be upset or feel some kind of way. Y'all are gonna have to get used to what fucking power feels like in your personal possession, in your possession as a woman, in your possession as a femme, in your possession as a mask, in your possession as a young person, as a 15-year-old, as a 5-year-old. We have to get used to power and what it must feel like. So y'all gonna have to get used. Y'all are gonna have to get used with the displays of power embodied in a black old woman. Y'all gonna have to get used to that shit. Y'all gonna have to get used to accepting as the default state that yes, power belongs to old black, big belly, big booty, big titty, old gray-haired ass women. I did succumb and color my grays. Don't mean they ain't up in there. Y'all gonna have to get used to the personification of power in the hands of the mother, in the hands of her children, in the hands of those who give a damn about other people's lives. And that was everybody. I'll be honest. California has stilled my faith in us. California has stilled my certainty that we can do this shit for ourselves and create a whole new paradigm for what governance looks like. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Y'all still want to hold on for dear life instruments and institutions erected to perfect the robbing of you. You can't even imagine creating something radically new. Weaseling your way up inside them institutions and truly creating something new. We're gonna have to learn this shit. What is our where's that? Our medicine woman inner guidebook say? What is that? I love this. I love this book. I love this book. What's she say? What's she say? Oh, my eyes. Hold on. Is it the Liberator card? Hold on. What's she saying? Where is that? My favorite card up in here. Yes. This is my card. This is my card. It is the Apprentice of Arrows. I'm gonna end this way. I'm gonna read maybe one or two Arrows cards for y'all. That's how I'm gonna end. But I love this card. I love this card. This deck was written in 1972. You can't find no information on the woman who wrote this deck. Then I was like, this woman wrote this deck for me. She ain't know it in 1972, but she wrote this deck for me. The name of the book, it is the book that corresponds with the Medicine Woman Inner Guidebook, the Medicine Woman Tarot deck. This is the book that goes with it. You can see mine falling apart at the seams. The name of the card, I'm not going to look for it. But you know what? I should look for it because every time I show y'all the card, y'all just like, oh my God. Because the suit of arrows, every card in the suit of arrows got this black woman in it who looks like the goddess Oshun. This deck was made in 1972. What this white woman? I think she was from Oregon or some shit. What she knew about Oshun in 1972? You feel me? But every single solitary card in the suit of arrows is this black woman, the only black woman of the day. This black woman dressed in all gold with stars above her head. Okay? The obvious leader in every card trying to put us up the fuck on game. Okay? I don't know how I'm ever gonna stop cussing. I just sound so good cussing. It just rolls off my tongue so effortlessly. It just adds such an incredible oomph and seasoning to my language. I don't know how I'm gonna ever. I don't know how I'm gonna ever not cuss. I don't know. Maybe I gotta work on it. I know. I know how y'all be all sensitive in these political spaces when people cuss, but y'all can let that Trump tell somebody "fuck you," and not think nothing about it. Y'all can let Trump flip somebody off while he at his job and not phase you a bit. Let a big old flat fat black bitch start cussing. Why is your language so harsh? You know, you're so intelligent. Can't you articulate what you want to say without so many explicatives tied to what you're saying? You would reach so many other people if you would just like clean up your language. I see you, QB. You sent it to my email. I'm gonna check it as soon as we get up off here. Watch it be the last card. Up, here it is. Here it is. This is my card. This is my card. God. Yo, let me tell you about this card. How my whole body is buzzing. Okay. I love this card. I love this whole deck. I've got so many decks, and this one is still my favorite, even though she's falling apart at the seams, child. But this card is everything. I'm telling you, this card remains my inspiration for so many things in so many ways. If I'm like not feeling my best self or I'm feeling subdued in a day, today I was subdued. I'll be honest, today I was subdued. Then I started playing our jams by Power Kismet up on here. I was like, oh shit, I should have been cranking this shit all day anyway. Here's the card. I'll show it to y'all on IG first. It is called the Apprentice of Arrows. The name of the card is Brave Herald of New Thought. You see this, kid? You see this right here? This card right here? And Mama Oshun with the stars coming out of her forehead, disseminating, distilling themselves into this little white baby that she is obviously mentoring. Why is she mentoring this little white baby? Why she? They pointing to the horizon. They cannot even see what is coming. You see that? See that little portal all the way down there that they pointing at behind that tree? See that phoenix springing up from the horizon? And she, that star coming out of her forehead with her information and wisdom distilled down into this baby. You see this? And I was like, what? In the beginning, when I first got, because I've had this deck a long time, 15 years. I was like, why? Why is she teaching a little white baby? Why she can't be teaching a little black baby? This is the bridging of the gap between the old and the new, the ancient and the young, child. You'll see that future they are both aiming towards. And she is making sure that everything she got, she poured into this baby. So that his ass never go astray again. His ass don't never be out here wreaking havoc on the planet that she gifted him again. There it is. Brave Herald of New Thought. This is the card. This is the card. I love this card so much. I'm going to read this card to y'all and then I'm going to get up off of here. Brave Herald of New Thought. This is the prayer for the card. I speak in words that affirm the positive. I write in words that speak the truth, knowing that the truth is the underlying goodness within all creation, and anything less than wondrous is a lie. I dismiss all thoughts of I can't and feelings that I am not responsible. I throw off whatever limits my good and the good of those around me. I see beauty and I speak to beauty. I see love and I speak to love. Where I cannot see these things, I supply them. Woo! Where I do not see these things, I supply them. Bravely I go forth and change the words that cause harm, grief, and hunger. I change the laws. I change the limits. I review all concepts. I remind myself. I recreate a better place to play. I am a messenger bringing new thoughts that are the seeds of freedom. With the words you give me, Great Spirit, the young shall be liberated and the world transformed. Ooh, 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 ooh. When I tell you I've had this deck 15 years and it never ceases to set my whole body electric. Never. This is a lesson for the card. Your words live forever in the hearts and minds of 7 generations. Speak in such a way that their minds can develop images of better ways. In guiding anyone, particularly the youth, make sure your words assist their becoming self responsible, capable, and caring. Listen to the needs of the developing soul of the student, just as you have been listened to by the ever present guiding beings who stand by you in total love. Encourage the expression of highest self in all beings. Points the way by your own life and actions. You will return to life in the world you have given your children. Teach that all can be transformed. Listen, listen, listen. Teach that all can be transformed. The young have come to correct the errors of your generation. Give them the skills to do so. They are hope. Give them faith in themselves. Inspire courage. Share the wisdom that has helped you on your own path and the wisdom that you have developed. Point the way. Encourage harmonious action. There is a child somewhere awaiting the knowledge that you hold. Oh, shit. Okay. Listen. 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 Mm, mm. Listen. Okay. I'm gonna read these next 2 arrows cards because y'all need these on the eve of this magnanimous month. This is the high vibratory frequency that we all need to be channeling this month. The teaching lodge of the arrows. This is the liberator card. I love this card too. This is the liberator card. You see her? They in the sweat lodge. You feel me? They in the sweat lodge. You see, she is the focus. She is the leader. She is the liberator. And they are all sitting around her, studious, hanging on to every word, because she the one with the vision. She the one who can see clearly the way when there has been no way. You understand me? And how the whole of the heavens have opened up to assist her in this mission where she is supported on all sides. You see this card right here? This is the liberator card. I love this card too. The prayer for this card. In the name of harmony and peace, I live. I am the one who speaks. I have studied the great warriors, the peacemakers, and those who freed slaves, and those who stood their own ground. I am learning the themes of their lives and making them my own. I am learning from revolutionary women and evolutionary men the very qualities that gave them undying spirit. I am gathering to myself the knowledge that I too can draw on the great mind. In my life, I will correct an injustice. Listen, listen, listen. Ooh. I tell you, every single solitary cell is freaking applauding right now, God damn it. Oh. She said, look, I'm studying the masters. I'm studying the masters so that I too can draw on the great mind. In my life, I will correct an injustice. In my life, I will right a wrong. Mm. I will bring love where none has been known. I attune myself to the sound of truth and I listen until I am known. This is the work, man. It does not have to be complicated. Mm-mm-mm. The lesson for this card. This your homework assignment. This is your homework assignment. Every last one of you. It is time to put yourself in the company of great minds, whether through books, film, or person to person. Surround yourself with heroic presence. Read the words of those who have mastered life. Listen to music that fills you with positive visions. Let poetry enter and inspire you. Listen, listen, listen. Delete from your reality the sounds and images that bring you down. At least in your own personal space, surround yourself with visual, auditory, and sensory experiences that uplift and still you. Create your own teaching lodge of the arrows. No bad news here. No television, no newspaper, no magazines that do not support your highest visions and aspirations. It is time to create, at least in your own small space, a completely inspiring environment and then welcome in the goddess. Oh my god. Oh shit. Mm, mm, mm. We know what's wrong. We know what's wrong. Now we have to be still enough to see clearly the solution. And you cannot do that allowing your skull to be bombarded with a propaganda campaign meant to keep you from the truth. You hear me? She say, the liberator is here to help you create a teaching lodge of the arrows. This is your domain. This is your universe. It's what the fuck you say in that universe. What do you say in that universe? In this universe, I am creating a microcosm of what is to become. Perfection, safety, sovereignty, ecstasy, pleasure, happiness, enjoyment, fulfillment, because I will it so. And now I need to demonstrate to others that they too can become the actual sovereign of the universe, granted to them. Granted to them through the divinely perfect process of becoming, of being born, of allowing your mama's uterus to give you form, child. And then the last card, and I promise it's the last one, because I could read this whole suit to you just because it's so awesome. This one is called, this one's a good one too. They all so good. They all so good. Is it gonna be this one? Oh, that was a good one too. This whole suit is really epic. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes. This whole suit is everything. Yes. Yes. But that's what it's gonna be. I'm gonna, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Is that it? Oh, here it is. So this last card I'm gonna share with you, and then I'm gonna switch gears and get back to typing because I still have to send out this press release today. This is the exemplar of the arrows. The exemplar of the arrows. The name of the card is called the Master Storyteller. Yeah, they're all from the same deck and they're all from the same suit, the suit of arrows, which I told you is my favorite suit in this deck right here. It is the exemplar of arrows, which is known as the Master Storyteller. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up close so you can see the little symbols in the background. See the little buffalo head back there, and see the little tapestry they have in their hands with all the little ancestral images on it. And here she goes, Mama Oya teaching the little baby again. This could be me and my grandson Zane, my little squishy love nugget. That's my boo. You feel me? So anyway, the master storyteller. This is the last card I'm gonna give y'all. This was like a free little divination I gave y'all tonight. So I'm gonna need y'all to if you have the ability to make a little donation or contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can do that by using the email EvoEmeTemp That's EvoEmeTemp You can use that email address to make a contribution via Zelle or PayPal. If you want to send a cash app, it is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, Daughter of the Fates. Or you can send a Venmo at my name, Cassandra, Cassandra Floyd, Floyd. Or you can go to the Etsy store where everything is 25% off for Black History Month. That is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Get what you want while you can get this 25% discount, because I will be putting my Etsy store in vacation mode until after the election is over in June. I can't do it. I can't do it. So this is the last month. The store will be open until probably July. Thank you. Thank you, Royal Gets It. She says she'll take big donations. True. And for those of you who are tuned in via YouTube, if you scroll in the live chat, if you scroll all the way back up to the live chat, the first two comments are made by me. One is the link to the GoFundMe that I've had active probably since the end of December. And then also there is a link for a workshop that I'm teaching on the 28th of this month. And in that link is all the directions for how to sign up for that workshop. And also as a like an introduction to the workshop, it's an organization that's hired me to do the workshop. So they're doing an interview with me this Wednesday that you can register for. And then that is to talk about, what I do, what my background is, basic stuff. And then that is the introduction to the workshop that I will be doing. The name of the workshop is called The Magic and Mysteries of the Lower Palace. It's about the uterus based on Chinese medicine. The uterus is called the lower palace in Chinese medicine. I've been talking to y'all ad nauseum about this, especially as we've been talking about Saturn. But this is going to be strictly like based on what Chinese medicine has to say about uterine health, about the role that the uterus plays on heart and mind health, the role that males can play in the maintenance of uterine health. I've had quite a few males attend that particular workshop, and they're always blown away. So it is called the Mysteries and Magic of the Lower Palace. That is on February 28th. So if you scroll into the live chat, you will see the links for both my GoFundMe and the sign up registration link for both that interview and that workshop at the end of the month. I have a lot planned for the next 17 weeks that we'll be running this campaign. Events and ceremonies for the temple and online stuff. So you'll have all of those details by Friday when I launch the website, the social media campaigns, all of that. Everything associated with the campaign is going to be up and live by Friday, the 13th this week. Okay, so the last card is the Master Storyteller. And the prayer for this card is: once upon a time, I lived a warrior's life. I strived, I sought, I conquered my fears. I saved the lives of others who were fearful by helping them to be brave. And all the way, I enjoyed my life. So I am here now to talk. About it. Hear my stories, and you will learn my warrior's ways. Listen to my life, and you will find the way that is yours, that is your own to travel. For I am kind and see all ways. I have risen up to the sky and soared with the eagles to watch you. I have dug into the soil of my own soul and grown. I have traveled by instinct to journey's end and floated in peace in the night. My eyes are above the world, but my stories are in it. Thus I can teach, and my words will be beautiful. The lesson for the card: the exemplar of arrows has lived and thus passes on wisdom, not empty words. Back up your beliefs with experience. This is the only way to test for truth. The exemplar is the master storyteller, a sage and wise and a sage and wise one whose words empower. It is time to encourage the young, clarify possibilities for a balanced future, and disseminate pure thought. You have cast out doubt and despair. Now you can reveal hopes that can be made real by those who follow you. Speak of a world worth working for. Your words pave the way to the future. Your experience tells which words hold fast through time. Your thoughts are pure, for they are based on a reality you understand by the life. Excuse me. You understand fully by the life you have lived. They are not in conflict with what is, but encompass and describe it. And that is your reading for the evening. That is that is your reading for the evening. That is my talk with you. I know I came out of the gate like a bull in a china shop. I had a lot more to say, but it's already 4 hours, child. I know now I have to be disciplined about about my time, especially when I launch this second YouTube channel specifically for this campaign. I can share this with you because nobody is going to have the audacity to do what I'm going to do with this campaign YouTube channel. So I was thinking about what it was I was going to be that was going to be my main focus for the campaign channel. And I have been threatening it for a year here. And I was like, oh, Eureka, I don't even have to come up with anything new. I'm going to be doing, I don't want to be overly ambitious. So maybe twice a week. I think twice a week. And I'll be honest, it may very well be that because I'm going to do this YouTube channel for the campaign, that Saturday service may be the only time that I can entertain y'all through the next 17 weeks of campaigning. Okay? So that I can promise is that every Saturday, I will do a temple service up here on this channel. Okay? But for the channel for the campaign, I'm gonna do Cassandra hood style, plain language, no jargon, straight talk for your ass political education. That's the whole channel. Because I'm probably gonna dismantle the channel after the campaign. If I become the mayor of Los Angeles, I might keep that channel active to continually do and maybe even bring people on, like, lawyers or but people who are, renegade, like, progressive in their field where their specialty is, like civics, like political history, civics. What is the difference in layman's terms between the House of Representatives and the Congress and the Senate? What is it that they do? What is the nature of the power that they're supposed to hold, and how does it impact policy? How does it impact the passing of bills and law? How, you feel me? So If I win, it may end up being like the regular ongoing teaching mechanism to demystify the political process, um, and make it something where people can recognize the ways that it can be changed, it can be used in their favor, to their benefit. But that's what I'm going to be doing for the next 17 weeks. Yes, just once a day. Once a week. I can't do it twice. Yeah. So one day a week will be the temple service on this channel. One day a week will be the civics class, the hood style, know your politics. And we won't just be talking about the electoral process. We won't just be talking about electoral politics. You know what I'm saying? It might be the place where I start really working out. I've been threatening it for a while to like write a pamphlet or like a book or like a zine, and then two of them in particular. One is going to be called "Why I'm No Longer a Socialist," and the other is going to be called "Why I'm Not a Feminist." So I can already see people cringing. I can already. I can already predict what the arguments are going to be. But I can tell you this. Like when I tell you, I took it personally when in ceremony, the mother told me, change it all. Didn't that card just say that? I see beauty and I speak to beauty. I see love and I speak to love. Where I do not see these things, what did she say? Where I do not see these things, I bring them. How do I do that? I change the laws. I change the words. I change the traditions. I change the cultures. I change the words that cause grief and harm. We are here to change everything. Everything. To create the new, to innovate from a place of imagination that we have never been allowed to let flourish. This is what we've come to do. To keep from our ancestors what can serve the radically new that we are here to create. To keep from our ancestors only that which serves the new that we've been charged to create. No holding on to dead ass, antiquated ass customs, traditions, religions, and ideas that are responsible for the goddamn suffering of this planet, responsible for the goddamn perpetual sighs of despair from babies. Oh no. We've come to change it all, and that's why our adversary is fighting like hell. If these people, any of them, get a hold of power, it's a wrap for us. All this decadent ass bullshit we've been allowed to get away with, completely absolved from, not in the world we trying to create. Not no Epstein type of. First of all, I'm mad at y'all. Why y'all ain't out here raging out of control over this shit? How is any motherfucker whose name has been indicated in this debauchery, how are they able to navigate this motherfucker in peace right now? Y'all all hollering on TikTok, hollering on the internet, and these motherfuckers just walking, just traipsing around the world unaffected, even after they named them and put on blast. Mm-mm. 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 Happy Black History Month. Mm-hmm. Happy Black History Month. And also, we gotta be radically preparing for next month too, which is Women's History Month. For the last 3 years, I've done an event every March 10th in honor of our great grand yay Harriet Tubman. Yup. So we'll be doing that. That's something you can look forward to. We doing a Harriet Tubman event on March 10th. Mm-hmm. And I already have the name for the event. The event is going to be featuring our great grandmother Harriet. But we're gonna be picking up all of the grandmas. And the name of the event is going to be Women Who Fought Back. That's all we're gonna be talking about. That's gonna be the name of the event. Women Who Fought Back. Yep. It might even be deeper than that. It might even be crones who fought back. All old revolutionary gangster mamas. I think it's gonna be crones who fought back. Yep. And it's gonna be crones from all over the planet. Yep. Some Filipino crones. Yep. Some Chinese crones. Yep. Some Vietnamese revolutionary gangster badass crones. Yep. Some African crones like the great, wonderful, magnanimous, never to be forgotten. May her name live on our lips forever. Josina Michelle. May her name sing from our lips for forever. Josina Michelle. Winnie Mandela. Ya Asantewa. Come on, man. Yes. Queen Nehanda. The gangster goddess of them all. Yes. Yeah. We up in here, bitch. Like, we up in here. God damn it. We up in here. The time is now. The time is ours. It's a wrap. It's over and they don't even know it. I'm gonna say good night if I can find some real food. Check your emails if you haven't checked your emails. If you want more information about the campaign, if you want to be on the email tree, whatever, email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Deuces.